You're amazing, man. Are you sleeping at all? I mean, you're the only one who, when I text at 4 in the morning, you actually get because you're usually on Morning Joe. Yeah.
I woke up at
well, I saw your tweets on this.
We love the Ukrainians, but they're just a little more hecked up. Yeah, it's a little more hecked up. As a result, we didn't have the radio.
All right. Well, no. I guess, are you starting this off? I don't know whether there's like an audience live. Yeah.
So I'm the first, you're second, right? Hey.
Hey everybody, let's take our seats or begin to take our seats. I know we have an online audience, so we want to be respectful of their time as well. My name is Michael McFall. I'm the director of the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies. For those of you who are new, that's where you're sitting. Welcome to FSI. I'm also a professor of political science and a Hoover Fellow here at Stanford. This is a fantastic day for all kinds of reasons. Mostly because this conference is tackling what I think is one of the central challenges of my generation. I'll speak for my generation. Others can speak for their own generations later. To tackle it, we truly have just an all-star group. Yeah, we have a pretty interesting keynote speaker that you've all heard of. That'll be fun to see him again. I used to work for him. But just the number of people, the quality of people are on these panels today is truly outstanding. And so I'm just deeply grateful that we're all here. A second thing we're doing here together is we launched it formally. Where's Jenny? We launched it formally, I think, a few weeks ago, but we're using this event to do the hard launch, if we did the soft launch, of, I don't know if I should use the word joint venture or collaboration, but the Cyber Policy Center, that is our host today, we are now in collaboration in a joint venture with the law school, and Dean Martinez is here. I'm going to hand the microphone over to her in a second, but I just want to say thank you right now. Most of the centers at FSI, for those of you who don't know our structure, not most, half of the centers are shared with other parts of the university. We think that kind of decentralized, porous approach is the way to do interesting things across different disciplines and different schools, unlike some of our other universities that compete in this space. And this is just one more step towards doing that. So that's the other piece that we're doing here. Within the Cyber Policy Center, because I know, so I had to explain this org chart to somebody who didn't know anything about Stanford the other day. It's a pretty complicated place with lots of acronyms, and we're not going to go through them all today, and there will be no tests. But we have schools, institutes, centers, initiatives, incubators, and then programs, and then individual scholars. Am I leaving anything out? And today, is the real host, the real organizer of this amazing event is the Global Digital Policy incubator, which is one of the programs, is one of the different pieces within the center as a whole. And I just want to thank Ambassador Eileen Donahoe, Larry Diamond, Tracy's working, so she's not here, but she's the reason we're all here today, and everybody else who helped get us here. Just let's say thank you now, we'll say thank you later, okay? So I have a ton to say about the substance, and I'm going to be a vigorous participant from the floor. I'm not going to abuse my powers of grabbing the microphone, as sometimes, no, it doesn't happen around here. Happens in other parts of the university. But I'm going to save that for later, and just welcome Dean Martinez to say a few words as well. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Mike. As Mike said, I'm Jenny Martinez. I'm the Dean of Stanford Law School. And we're really delighted to relaunch the Cyber Policy Center as a joint venture. The law school, through our own Nate personally and other faculty, has been heavily involved in the center since its inception. But this kind of collaboration across the Stanford campus is, I think, one of the things that does make Stanford distinctive and enables us to contribute on some of the truly important issues of our time, where we need expertise from lawyers, from scientists and engineers, from political scientists, from historians, the kind of context that a university like Stanford can bring to the big issues of our time. And one of those key issues is, of course, democracy and the future of democracy and rule of law in the face of the changing technologies that we see today. We do stand at a moment when technological transformation is changing societies for better or worse in all kinds of ways, whether it be issues of privacy, cybersecurity, or, as today's conference focuses on, the intersection of online speech and democracy and misinformation. The law school, as a school dedicated to the study of law, views the rule of law as core to our mission and support of democracy as extremely important to the role that lawyers play in American society and in societies around the world in supporting the kinds of societies that we hope to see and that support human flourishing. So it's a really wonderful collaboration. We have so many faculty at the law school who have expertise, like Nate, who you will hear from in a moment, on many of these issues, whether it be issues of free speech, which traditionally, as lawyers, we thought about in the context, let's say, of the American First Amendment, but now we see in global context with many different laws and legal regimes, and also many activities that aren't formally in the hands of governments at all, but in the hands of large private companies whose algorithms decide what we see or don't see when we pick up our phones to check the day's news or hear the latest. And that kind of expertise really lends itself to the collaborations that FSI is known for, bringing together people with academic expertise, with policy relevant expertise to have an impact in the realm of ideas, in teaching our students, and also in the real world. So I'm just thrilled that we're able to collaborate on this program and many other programs going forward. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Professor Nate Persily.
So my job is to introduce the day, but first I will venture into the alphabet soup that Mike McFall mentioned before to talk a little bit about the programs here at the Cyber Policy Center. The first thing I want to thank all of those people who've already been thanked. I saw Tracy peek her face in, and Tracy, know that you're being thanked throughout the day. I want to thank the Hewlett Foundation, which sponsored the Cyber Policy Center, the Cyber Initiative, which has become the Cyber Policy Center. Larry Kramer, the head of it, for our former dean of the law school, and Kelly Bourne, who currently manages it, as well as the Knight Foundation that funds a lot of our work here. As Mike mentioned, there are a host of programs, sort of ever-burgeoning programs here in the Cyber Policy Center at the intersection of democracy and technology. What's happened is that there were several programs that were established here at Stanford, some that we've added and that we've all tried to rope into this larger institution now under the umbrella of FSI and the law school. So we're brought here today because of, as Mike said, the Global Digital Policy Incubator led by Eileen, Donahoe, and Larry Diamond. Second program, the largest one in the Cyber Policy Center, is the Stanford Internet Observatory led by Elena Chris, Renée, DiResta, and Alex Stamos. Their work on election disinformation, COVID disinformation, as well as information operations has really been sort of transformational both within Stanford and around the world. Then the program on geopolitics, technology, and governance led by Andy Grotto and Graham Webster, who runs the DigiChina initiative. The social media lab, which we share with the communication department, which does all kinds of academic work on trust and safety online. Then the program on platform regulation run by Daphne Keller, who unfortunately right now is stuck in Mexico because her family has COVID there, but we hope to see her here at the next event. And then finally, the program on democracy and the internet, which I run with Frank Fukuyama, Marietje Schaake, Rob Reich, and Julia Wono, which deals with all kinds of issues at the intersection of democracy and the internet. What we're trying to do here at Stanford is to be unique in both doing the academic research that is so important in this burgeoning area of new technology and democracy, but also to think seriously about policy. Policy in Washington, policy in Brussels, policy around the world, but also at the firms. And so we think we have a special obligation here at Stanford, given our location in Silicon Valley, to really be at the forefront of technological and policy change in this area. And so with that, what I'll do is I'll call up the first panel, which I think represents a broad array of expertise that we try to bring here to Stanford, and I will introduce them as they make their way up. I'll say, as they come up here, stay tuned for all kinds of new work that we'll be doing in the coming year. New online classes that we will be putting together. The Stanford Internet Observatory launched the Journal of Trust and Safety online, which has already made its mark, as well as work that we'll be doing on blockchain, privacy, cybersecurity, and the like. And so I'm honored to introduce our first panel. The moderator is Renée DiResta, who is the research manager at the Stanford Internet Observatory. Following her is Ben Ginsberg, who is a visiting fellow at Hoover, as well as a lecturer in the law school, and for many years was one of the top Republican lawyers in Washington on politics and election law. Larry Diamond, who you've already heard about, senior fellow at Hoover and the Mosbacher senior fellow at FSI. Nicole Wong, who's the former deputy CTO of the United States. And then Rashad Robinson, who's the president of Color of Change and also was chair of the Aspen Commission on Information Disorder. I will say also by way of introduction to the topic of this panel that the last time I had been with President Obama was in the Roosevelt Room when we when I was the research director of the Presidential Commission on Election Administration. And we had a bipartisan group of election officials and experts who were on this commission. Ben Ginsberg and Bob Bauer were the co-chairs. And it was, in many ways, and we didn't know it at the time, it's one of the last sort of bipartisan efforts to try to think about moving forward in regulating the electoral system, building trust, and making sure democracy works in America. And so we're in a very different place right now. I'm turning it over to this panel to solve all our problems in the next hour. So with that, Renée, take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. I know we're all very, very excited for the keynote that's to follow. And as I was thinking about what we should discuss in this panel, one of the things I wanted to talk about was disinformation as both a supply problem and a demand problem. And using that framing to talk about ways that we should think about responsibility and accountability, but also the dynamics in society, the implications that this has had for society through a bipartisan conversation around beliefs and trust and consensus. So I'm going to start with a brief framing to articulate the problem so that we can spend more of our time talking about the solutions. So When we talk about disinformation and democracy, the focus of the overall event, democracy is predicated on the belief in our country that we may disagree on policies or solutions, but we are going to approach a shared set of problems with a shared base of facts, a shared base of information, and a shared epistemology. One of the things that we've seen in the last 10 years is a transformation of the information environment. We now have social media, which is a channel in a broader media ecosystem that also includes broadcast media like radio and television. But because of the newness of social media, we have tended to focus on what specific factors social media has wrought, the way in which it has transformed the conversation. Colleagues of mine at Stanford, including Nate, have written some really excellent kind of diagnoses on this. The phenomenon of velocity, information moving much faster. The phenomenon of virality, in which people are active participants in creating and spreading information. We've seen a fragmentation of the information environment in which social media has enabled a number of what we might call media of one, sort of small niche publications that speak to very targeted, tailored audiences. And the interesting phenomenon there is that rather than everyone seeing the same 5 channels or even the same broadcast channels, we have the ability to pick and choose what content we want to engage with. We have the rise of the influencer. What does it mean when any individual person who just puts themselves out there as themselves amasses followers that traditionally were commensurate with mass media, hundreds of thousands of followers, and the information, the way that it cascades across networks of connected individuals, all of us, as we choose what we are going to share, what we're going to amplify, what we're going to spread. So we have an interesting phenomenon of a transformation of the information environment, profound agency on the part of the ordinary person, the user, to decide what they're going to share, and unexpected at times intersections with algorithms. We're going to talk a little bit about the algorithms, particularly as they're in the news once again, as Elon Musk considers buying Twitter. The dynamic of the algorithms is that what we see is increasingly curated for us, recommended to us, and so it exacerbates some of the potentially polarizing media and influencers that are out there. And so one of the things that we're going to discuss in our panel is that question of what happens when people have sincere belief in something that another group wholly rejects, and how do we think about these challenges of what is true, who decides what is true, and how to curate. So I'm going to dive right in. I had the opportunity to hear President Obama speak in Chicago in conversation with Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic, and one of the things that I really liked was the first question, so I'm going to steal it for our panel today, which is, what is the difference between disinformation, misinformation, and information that is narratively inconvenient? Maybe we'll start with Nicole.
I'm going to try and be careful not to step into President Obama's speech too much, so I don't want to get there. First of all, thank you to Stanford and all of its alphabet soup who helped us be here today. I appreciate the opportunity to get out of my yoga clothes and come talk to real people, so thank you all for coming, and thank you, Renee, for prepping us for this. I actually do like the frame that the president will probably talk about later today, right? Which is that there's misinformation, which is when you just get some information wrong, and that happens to all of us all the time. And so that is what circles around, I think, some of the conversation around the edit button for Twitter, right? Which is how do we repair misinformation? There's disinformation where it is a knowing falsehood systematically distributed. And that has been a challenge, particularly in the area of national security for us over the last several years. And then there's narratively getting something with a certain spin to it, which, as a lawyer, that's what we do. So there's all those three, right? And the question is, what does social media bring to it that is different? I think that there are a bunch of challenges around it, which you mentioned. Velocity, volume, the scale problem in managing it, I think, is the biggest problem that we have. And the nuance of trying to get it right on a global platform is also, for decades now, been a principal challenge that we have. So that's where I'd start that part of the conversation.
Well, first of all, thanks very much for having me. It's a terrific conference, and Stanford, as always, has done a terrific job. Eileen, Mike, Jenny and Nate, thanks for putting this on. So I agree with the basic framework of the definitions. I think that makes all the sense in the world as a way to approach it. But then things get a little bit difficult. You mentioned, Renee, in your excellent lead up to this, the definition of disinformation. And of course, the problem is that one person's disinformation is another person's truth. I see that awfully regularly looking at the elections area, which is basically my expertise, and there's no greater example than the 2020 election to show the problems of coming up with actually a workable definition of disinformation. And just to put another frame on it a bit, I think one of the big problems that we have is that the people who disagree the most on the truth of the election aren't talking to each other at all. So part of dealing with this definitional problem and then how to attack the problem is recognizing how split we are and how little actual content there is between the 34% of the people who don't believe the election results and everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I really do appreciate us trying to come to a frame, and I think, you know, what I would add here is power and profit. Because I think you can't talk about, what do you say, velocity, volume, and scale without talking about the incentive structures inside of a capitalist society of people actually making money, and then when we come up with solutions or have solutions, how they can be problematized in the frame of whether or not they're going to make someone more money or less money. And I think as it relates to power and relates to disinformation, we can track all the lies that have been told about various communities since the beginning of this country that have been rooted in both driving profit and about building power, and who gets to control the levers of what becomes truth and what gets to travel ends up having so much impact. And I think as we are in this space where more and more people want to figure out how to deal with information disorder, how to deal with mis and disinformation, I don't think that we can think about things like polarization or consensus without thinking about as long as polarization is profitable, it will continue to exist. And when we ask ourselves questions about consensus, we have to ask ourselves consensus around what and for who? And does that consensus mean that it stands in the way of justice? It stands in the way of what's right? It stands in the way of human dignity? Because consensus, time and time again, has oftentimes been a tool to suppress the opportunities, the rights, and the freedoms of so many.
Oh, great. Well, I don't think we need more work on the definitions. Nicole kind of nailed it. So let me build on what Ben and Rashad have said to make a couple comments, Renee, that'll perhaps bridge us into the rest of the conversation. First, in immediate response to what Rashad just said, and it's embarrassing to even make this point because it's made at every conference and in every article, so we've all seen it probably 30,000 times. And it sounded original the first 50 times I heard it, and the first time I heard it from Tristan Harris quite a long time ago. But, you know, it's important to put it on the table to put flesh on the bones of what Rashad just said. The problem is not just disinformation, it's the inflation of it and the propulsion of it in a deliberate way as part of the profit logic, the business model of the internet platforms. I think this is what you were referring to, Rashad, right? When you said as long as it's profitable. And so one thing, we have to do multiple things. That is part of what you have led us into in your initial engagement, Renee. But one thing we have to do is address that. And as long as these platforms are designing their algorithms in ways that nobody really understands, maybe the Stanford Internet Observatory better than almost anybody else, but almost nobody really understands. And from what I understand, even they don't fully understand. But designing them in automated ways that will create the attention addiction, which is what Tristan was initially condemning when he got into this conversation, we're going to be in trouble. And I want to say, I have come to the conclusion, we'll talk more about the policy responses, that nuance isn't going to cut it. I think we need more dramatic legislative action. So that's the first point. The second point, in response to what Ben said, and this then speaks to the demand side of what you were talking about, Renee, is that I think the work we have to, I don't think it's all about profit in terms of the polarization crisis we are in. Because if you take away social media completely, or if you turn our internet company brethren within 30 miles of here all into social good angels, I still think we'd have a pretty serious problem of political polarization in the United States. So if we don't work on some of the other aspects of the polarization dilemma that Ben was alluding to, I don't think we're going to get there. And I really think we're stuck in an incredibly powerful feedback loop, where social media is driving polarization, but some of the political and sociological drivers of polarization that are independent of social media are also driving polarizing use of social media.
I think that's exactly right. I think that's the that feedback loop is one of the key challenges. And so actually I want to stay on this for a minute then. So I want to talk about social media impacting polarization and also media impacting polarization. So how should we be thinking about social media as an additive, as an accelerant perhaps, right? That notion of amplification, but how do we think about it in the context of the media environment writ large, especially when we talk about something like, let's maybe stick with elections, the idea of the big lie and the intersection between social and media on that front. And I'm curious how you both see the polarization dynamics taking shape across the entire communication space.
Well, look, the most salient fact to sort of launch on that discussion is the 34% of the population who doesn't believe that Joe Biden was properly elected president. That was the number, the percentage, in December after the 2020 election. It is still the percentage today. That comes despite the fact that over the last 17 months, there has been a constant barrage in what I'm going to loosely call the mainstream media, and please don't take that as a, as a political definition, calling out the big lie every day, every hour, every article. But yet, that constant talking about the big lie from all those media outlets has not changed the actual figure, which of course goes to the polarization point that everyone's been making, but it also points out the real difficulty that we've got in trying to solve this problem. That tells you that there are two separate universes. And I do spend time talking to Trump voters and looking at focus groups and polls. And what we have to remember as we deal with the problem is that the 34% believes just as passionately as people who believe in the election. And that points up the real problem that we've got in dealing with any of these problems, in that there are parallel universes out there, and the two parallel universes, the red team and the blue team, are not speaking to each other. And without the speaking to each other, the problem becomes all the more difficult to solve.
Can I unpack your question a little bit, which is, because I think we're using, at least in this room, like the term social media and what is the role of social media, and I'm not sure that we agree on what constitutes social media. And I don't want to be pedantic, but it matters when we get to the point of writing legislation, right? And who's in and who's out. Because Yelp is different than YouTube, right? Instagram is different than LinkedIn. And so when we talk about who is social media causing polarization and how is that polarization being caused, I think we need to be very precise about who we think the actors are and what is the harm we're trying to get to. So like, I think there's some research out there that suggests some of these polarizing messages are starting in very small channels, maybe WhatsApp channels or Discord or 4chan, and then blossoming into places like Breitbart, like those sort of slightly sketchy online media sources that exist, and then sort of bloom onto Facebook and YouTube and other channels that are then reaching, and Twitter, of course, that are then reaching the mainstream media. So if we think about that ecosystem, right, which stretches from very small players into very large players, then the problem we're trying to tackle is not about Section 230 alone, right, which is what Larry's getting to and Ben is getting to, is like, we have an information ecosystem problem that needs more than just a question of like a small tweak to a statute that's very narrow in terms of who it deals with. And so like, I just want to make sure that we're sort of addressing the problem of polarization with that whole ecosystem in mind, because it really goes to, so what's the legislation we're going to write, or what's the executive order that needs to get written?
I appreciate that. And I think the one way I want to push us is on the passive voice around this. The blossoming and the blooming feels a bit passive.
Fair.
For how all of that stuff actually travels, and that I think is important to the incentive structure around profit and around the motivations and around why this actually ends up happening, and why, if no one is benefiting from it, then why do we have industries forming around it? Why do we have so much protection? And then when we get to the question of then what to do about it, right? It's one thing that we say we need more, information out there. We need rules on these companies. We need rules for how they operate. It's a very different thing to say we need antitrust legislation, or like the actual thing that we need, because there are ways in which our government can get involved, and there are ways in which levers can be pulled in order to make sure that we deal with these challenges. But I do think that when it comes to what's happening around information disorder, and when it comes to the consolidated power that so many have, and so many are profiting, and so many are sort of profiting off of, to be able to create this problem, manufacture this problem, we end up trying to figure out other ways to solve the problem. We think that, oh, now we have to magically not do the things that we've done time and time again to rein in the power of these companies. And I think we just have to recognize that there are tools, and that we can innovate on those tools, and that these companies that have been able to operate with immunity, of course Section 230 alone will not solve this problem, but I also don't think that we can problematize Section 230, some aspects of Section 230 reform, if we know that the minute we give more power to the FTC, for instance, or the minute we have sort of more power in regulators' hands, these platforms are going to turn right around and use Section 230 as a way to get around it. And so I just want us to be able to continue to game out what the platforms are doing and what they will continue to do in order to keep the sort of profit incentives, in their hands.
One argument, actually, and Larry, I'll come back to you in 1 second. One argument is that the answer is we don't really know, and so even prior to addressing CDA 230, we might want something more foundationally transparent, to have a better understanding of how information is actually moving and blossoming as it progresses. Because
exploited.
I feel like there's actually an opportunity. I really like that you, kind of took it out of the passive voice, Rashad. I want to actually take it out of the passive voice even further. Let's get really into it here, which is that users have agency, and they're given tools, but they choose to use them in a certain way, and so it's not just the algorithms, right? And that's where I think I'm curious to hear your opinion on that, in particular in the context of, as Ben notes, 34% of the people who are living in this sort of separate universe in which President Biden is not the legitimate president, are using these tools to advance that point of view because they sincerely believe it. And I think that there is really something there in the, as we talk about the framing of this particular panel, what is the approach to deal with the way that the users use the tools as well?
You want me to-
Anyone can.
Well, first let me address that, and then let me make another point. I think there are certain minimum things we can do that seem to me to have very low risk and substantial potential for at least moderate benefit, okay? One of the things we not only can do, we absolutely must do, and it is so urgently important that we do it that I can't figure out why we aren't doing it now. I think it is more important to educate high school students and even middle school students on responsible use of the internet than to educate them in a lot of the other things we're educating them on now. Let me just make that general point. And it's certainly imperative that as part of a broader revival of democracy education and civic education, that we train young people throughout the United States as part of a required curriculum in responsible use of the internet. Now, at some point, the Cyber Policy Center and these kinds of meetings have got to get our education school colleague, Sam Weinberg, onto these panels, because his Stanford History Education group, there was recently a Wall Street Journal article about this, has been doing extremely innovative and promising research showing that it's actually not that difficult to train people in how to corroborate what they see on the internet through the independent lateral checking means that fact checkers use, where you have to stop drilling down into the black hole of what the search engines are giving you and step outside to do your own kind of independent looking around at whether there are corroborating sources independent of the information stream that attest to the validity of what you're reading or could raise red flags about it. And so I think we're seeing now proven methods for doing that. And so one way to address user agency is to empower people and train people to be questioning. And of course, universities ought to be doing this anyway, is to be using the critical method. I'd say second point more broadly is that universities, this is a broader debate we're having at Stanford and probably at every college and university in the United States. Universities have got to encourage their young people to step out of their own social and information bubbles and question and consider different points of view. I highly recommend every single thing that Jonathan Haidt has written, from his book, The Righteous Mind, to his later book, I'm forgetting the title, which spoke to this, and now to his, forget the title in The Atlantic this month, the Tower of Babel article that everybody's talking about. But, you know, we can't be a self-respecting university and simply accept that people can refuse to talk about certain things or refuse to engage people they disagree with. It's not consistent with the critical method that should be at the heart of what a university does. And I recommend Jonathan Rauch's book, The Constitution of Knowledge, as well. And then I won't get into the detail now because I know you want to move on, but I'll just give one detail on the other side where you say we don't know, and I think there is a tool on the table that would enable us to know more. It was proposed by our own dear esteemed Cyber Policy Center director and colleague Nate Pursley, who's the only faculty member I ever met who wrote a bill and then got 3 senators to adopt it within like 2 weeks of drafting it. But this bill, which maybe he'll talk about at some point over the course of the day, you know, would at least give us more information by the requiring the platforms to share their data with researchers who have NSF grants and some, you know, therefore some validity to request the data.
Yeah, that's the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act for anybody watching at home. And I believe Jonathan's article, John Haidt's article, was called "Why Have the Last 10 Years Been So Stupid?" I think, if I recall correctly. Rashad, take it away.
Yeah. I want us to make sure that we are, as we talk about something like we need to educate all high school students, that we're living in the same world where information disorder is having our schools ban books about Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks.
And
like, I
math.
just and about math. So you know, I think that we have to actually like. And what does it actually mean, once again, to have a full range of knowledge about the history of this country, about how we got here, and about where we're going, and where power sort of relates to sort of all of those things. And so, sure, we should absolutely make sure that young people in schools understand how to deal with the sort of predatory nature of how privacy, how data mining, how all these things happen from corporations, the same way we should make sure that all of us don't get bad meat in our supermarkets, or to make sure that, like, you know, we read a lot of books on the standards of the cars to make sure that our seatbelts actually work, or all the other things that we've had to do in this country to make sure that there are safety standards and that there are standards. Or we can actually make sure that companies that make a lot of money off of producing products have to make sure that those products actually are safe, that there are actually standards and rules before things go to market, that there's infrastructure in our government, and that we don't rely on Congress to have to like review each thing, but we have infrastructure to make sure that technology that is trying to move us into the future doesn't drag us into the past. And I don't think that that it is realistic in any way to think that we're going to, in a mass scale, help every high school student learn how to like, you know, outmaneuver the algorithms that are being developed any more than I think, you know, we should have to sort of know deep things about nuclear power before it gets moved into our community or other things. Yes, we should be empowered as consumers, but there is a standard by which things should be evaluated, and there's a standard of accountability and a standard of enforcement that has to be put in place. And I don't think that this idea that users have choice is actually going to move us in the direction of solving a problem that is only getting bigger, is only getting worse, and it doesn't mean that, once again, that there isn't agency, that there isn't things that each and every one of us can do, but it's just not a realistic sort of view of how things operate. And as a person who works every day to actually not just bring about accountability, but actually to mobilize people to do things on the internet, to actually has to get people to click things, to move things, to read things, to evaluate things, I just think we also have to have some deep understanding of sort of human behavior, how people sort of actually operate in the real world, how much time people actually have, and if we have companies that are building profit and incentive models about creating harm, then it is required that we figure out ways to remove some of those incentives and create a world that actually allows us to be able to have a healthy multiracial democracy, which is an experiment, and which we are, you know, it is still up for grabs about whether or not all of this will actually work.
I just have a quick two-finger. Why does it have to be or? Why can't it be and?
Well, I think,
Don't you need to do everything?
So the question is that this idea of resilience, this idea that users have choice, is constantly used to stifle the conversations about accountability on huge companies that are making a lot of money and making a lot of profit. It comes in to a conversation where we don't even have the tax structure in this country to fully fund education. And so it doesn't feel realistic, and it oftentimes feels like something that gets thrown out without any pathway to actually solving it. Yes, sometimes I hear about a pilot program that's happening in some university. Sometimes I hear about a program, nothing at any scale that's actually meaningful. And so it feels like people are talking about going to war against something without actually any of the equipment, the artillery, or the resources to actually go to war. And so the reason why I push back against it is because having these sort of ideas of these things that should be solutions that feel sort of dishonest for what we are actually putting behind them, what are we trying to fund them, and how we actually understand the infrastructure by which it would be deployed doesn't seem realistic. And so I want to be inside of a realistic conversation about how do we deal with these deep harms that are putting so many communities in peril, and that really question whether or not we will be able to work together, live together, and find the ability to make decisions together as a country.
Let me offer. I want to give Ben and Nicole a chance to give their thoughts on this topic. I think that there is one way to view this, perhaps, as the difference between supply and demand. Right? When you're talking about the algorithms and what people see, I think there is an opportunity to talk about regulation in the supply context there, and then demand is this question of what do you do about the 34% of people who have come to hold the sincerely held belief, and how do you address that? And perhaps education is the key to addressing some of the demand function. I don't know if either of the two of you are interested in weighing in on this one.
I find this a really interesting discussion, and I think the framing of the issue is exactly right. And I want to pick up on something Rashad said, which is, what is the pathway to do it? I mean, I think that framing the issue is really the easy part, right? I mean, I think we're all pretty much in agreement. But then how you actually get that done becomes so difficult. And one of the ways we're framing it in this discussion is looking at it as a national, federal solution. And I just want to, I'm not sure that's right. I'm not sure that if you try and do a one-size-fits-all solution for these problems, you ever get consensus. And it may be that this needs to be rethought a little bit to go down to the more local level for how this problem impacts communities directly, because it's not going to be the same solution.
I feel a little bit adrift on like which harm are we trying to solve, because like there's one which is like harms to marginalized communities, right? And I take that one seriously. And so, but there are lots of places where that harm happens, and the question is, what do we think the solve is? And then to your expertise, Ben, like there are real challenges for elections integrity that disinformation and the media call it, and so like is that the core problem we really ought to solve? Because it's 2022, people, and we are running out of time. So I'm a little bit like, so which problem do we want to solve? I guess let me offer a path, right? Just because this is an academic institution, so I can just make it up off the top of my head. But like, what should our government do? I do think this is a moment of such crisis for our democracy as a whole that federal leadership should be required. Right, that our president should say something to not, what do we think about Section 230 in social media, right? But what will sustain us in our civic education and discourse? How do we strengthen that, and how do we prevent harms to that? That, to me, is the question. And then, like, what I think, where I would support Rashad is like, we get bogged down in details and problematizing a thing when it is urgent that we move. And so if I were in power, right, like I would say like, this is not a year-long study. This is a 90-day study by a task force that is short-term, that says what are the 10 most impactful things we can do this year that will move us forward in starting to protect our democracy, right? What does that look like? What is the research agenda? what is a path towards sensible legislation that we could have real oversight that is either by third-party academics who are cleared by NSF or some other form that gives us transparency into how these information ecosystems work. And then most importantly, to me at least, is what is the coordinated government response to disinformation? Because right now, we're picking it off in little pieces. The National Security Council is gonna look at it. The CDC, bless their hearts, they're trying to get ahead of it, but like it's really hard. And by the way, not a knock on CDC. I think what we haven't done explaining to the public is science is a process more than an answer. Right? So when the answers change, you roll with that because it's science. That's what we're going to ground it in. I think CISA did a fabulous job with the 2020 rumor control on election integrity. I think that the White House really did a great job of getting ahead of Russian disinformation around Ukraine. So we can do this, but I actually think it should be coordinated with certain principles about how we do it. And that, to me, would be a path forward that doesn't get us bogged down in years of wrestling with, should we just educate our kids better? Yes, we should. Should we empower some communities? And I will say one more thing, which is and then we got to resource it. We got to put the right people in government who understand this space. We have to actually put a budget behind it. As our current president is well known for saying, don't tell me what your values are, show me your budget and I'll tell you what your values are. So we have to resource what it means to research and stand up real enforcement in the area.
Now, Rashad, you did some work on this as far as piggybacking off existing research at the Aspen Commission. Do you want to talk a little bit about your process there, right, and also some of your findings?
Yeah, so thank you. And I really actually does piggyback off of what Nicole just said, because I think one of the sort of big findings that we came out with Aspen was just how much we need leadership and how much this issue sort of lacks leadership. And not just leadership in government, which is incredibly important for all the reasons that Nicole said. And some of what Nicole said was sort of in the report around sort of what does it mean to have sort of coordinated leadership from the top, leadership that sort of wraps around various agencies, but leadership in the private sector, leadership among institutions that give accreditation. That are medical institutions or legal institutions, and how are they removing? And of course, leadership within the platforms. I think one thing that is really important in all of this is, with all the things that you said, is the enforcement piece. And making sure that the enforcement is at scale of the problem. Right now, the enforcement that we have seen has been enforcement that can be written off. It doesn't actually get to the business model. And so even if you look at the Section 230 section of the Aspen report, it does look at sort of business model aspects. And what does it mean to not throw away 230, but what does it mean to deal with things that are not about speech in Section 230? The aspects about, recommendations, the ads, and all the ways in which those things sort of play into something very different. And then, a number of other things that we did with the commission that I think is both important and instructive, besides sort of these sort of recommendations to both institutions and to government, is also looking at some of these areas that we are talking about around the larger society, right? And so we did talk about what is the story of this country and what is the truth, and how do we actually have real conversations about truth and healing and reconciliation. We had we brought up the issues of diversity, the tables that so much of this technology has created. Who's at those tables from a race and gender and experience perspective in the world, and how that then forms and shapes what people think is going to be harmful or not harmful. And I think all of that was, incredibly important to having a robust set of recommendations that, taken together, will help us move the problem, but recognizing that there is no one silver bullet. The final thing I'll just say to all of this, I think that relates to consensus and how things have changed over time and how power relates to it. I'm reminded of this story that Juan Gonzalez and Joe Torres put in their book about Dr. King's office in Atlanta during the height of the civil rights movement, and the radio station that was up above, and how he would sometimes take a broom and tap up, and it would allow him to then speak to folks because he was excluded from what we talk about as mainstream media, right? His voice was not allowed access to those spaces. I think about the 1980s and the mainstream media coverage of the AIDS epidemic. And if it wasn't for LGBT newspapers and LGBT reporters, who were pushing back against that coverage that had sort of scientific connections to it. So who gets to be in the room and who has access to this also relates to all of this. And if we don't have sort of rules of the road, ways in which we have protections against harms, ways in which people can hold these companies accountable for the harms, we will only play into the sort of power dynamics that already exist in society. And as our country becomes sort of more and more diverse, but power is still concentrated in ways that do not reflect the diversity, we are running up against some deep challenges in what does it mean to actually be a democracy where we are able to be heard, counted, and visible regardless of whether we are privileged or vulnerable, in the majority or the minority, or in favor or out of favor with whoever may be in power at any given moment. That sort of ability of a democracy to work and people to be function is sort of being attacked by ways in which profit incentives, from polarization to all these things, are being protected at the expense of our voice.
I think that's a really interesting point, and one of the things that is that I want to touch on with CDA 230 legislation, it really does focus the convo in the realm of content moderation and how to moderate, who moderates, where does the moderation happen, and this is where those questions of who are the employees at the companies really does shape the perception of how moderation is happening and who is setting policy. But I want to use this actually to bridge into something before we start taking audience questions. The question of social media as the new public square has been a very, very hot topic of conversation over the last 2 weeks. I'm going to refrain from sharing my views. But I'm very curious when we talk about this idea of social media did, per your point, provide an opportunity for the ordinary person who had no access to radio or who was systematically excluded. It gave them a voice, and you, particularly as a civil rights activist who uses these platforms, as you note, to create that networked activism, to drive that momentum, to drive those movements. This is where we start to get into some of the really thorny questions around moderation. And so I am curious how you all think of social media as the new public square. And Larry, when we get down to you, I'd love you to talk a little bit about the deliberative democracy, real world stuff. Yeah, I want to make sure we touch on that too, but maybe we can maybe start with you.
Because there's different ways of doing this. So one of the recommendations, and thank you in preparing us for distilling the Aspen report, which really needs to be studied in great depth, and congratulations for your work on that. Healthy digital discourse, develop and scale communication tools, networks, and platforms that are designed to bridge divides and build empathy. So what we have found through the work of Jim Fishkin and Alice Su in the Center for Deliberative Democracy, and then the American one-room deliberative polls that I've collaborated with them on, is that you can do that. You can not only do it in person, but somewhat to my surprise, actually, I was a little bit skeptical going in, you can do it through online deliberation. So we did not only an in-person gathering of 523 Americans in September 2019 that achieved pretty stunning results, both in reducing polarization on a variety of hot-button issues, including immigration, where a lot of Americans, I'd say, moved toward more empathy toward people who are trying to immigrate for understandable and valid reasons, but also achieved very dramatic declines in the degree to which they despised people of the other party, what we call effective polarization. But we saw similar progress, maybe not quite as great, but quite impressive, using an online deliberation platform that had been developed here at Stanford with management science and engineering professor Ashish Goel in the lead. And so, and that poll, as you know, Renee, was on climate change. And again, we got very significant evolution of public opinion in ways that I personally found encouraging. So all of that is deliberative among random samples of very small people, 500 or 1,000 people. But once you go online, it can be scaled up, and we are actually now exploring how to scale it up to much larger numbers of people. And the key, to get back to what Haidt keeps writing about in a different way, I'm not even sure he's aware of our work, is the need to get deliberation, engagement among diverse others, to move those diverse others, and if I may say so, Rashad, exactly a lot of the ways that I think you are trying to move American society toward greater empathy and understanding and respect for principles of inclusion and equity. And I have a hunch that we could be on the cusp of a very dramatic reduction in social, psychological, and therefore a little bit political polarization with this technique if we can scale it up. We've got to see, you know, what the cost is. We've got to see how many hours of deliberation are needed. But there's three key principles. One is you've got to bring diverse people together. Number two, you've got to give them really some kind of balanced orienting information that isn't rigged toward a point of view and that obtains their confidence and credibility because it is honestly presenting opposing points of view. And then you've got to give them some kind of common purpose or common task that they can cooperate on that brings them together. And if you do that, I think you can open people's minds a little bit. It's got to happen incrementally. It's not going to be instantly transformational. And I only present this as one type of approach, and there are other efforts at deliberation, including the Voice of the People initiative that's working congressional district by congressional district. But here's the key point I want to make, and this speaks to what is most troubling Ben, and frankly, most troubling me about the potential train wreck of American democracy in the 2024 election. We're not going to heal this problem or even contain this problem overnight. I am increasingly gravitating toward wanting to do more ambitious work legislatively in this regard, but I have no illusion that there is any kind of legislative or government regulatory silver bullet or societal silver bullet. Therefore, we must make our political system and to some extent our society more resilient in the face of this. So final point, you know, Europe is not struggling. Marietje, when she comes up here, can speak about the Netherlands for herself. They're not struggling less with disinformation than we are. But German, well, I'll lay French democracy aside. We'll see what happens on Sunday. But German democracy, Dutch democracy, you know, Britain's leaving the EU or has left. But, you know, most European democracies are not facing an electoral train wreck of their democracy the way we are. So maybe we should look at the way elections are run in the United States. Maybe we should look at our electoral system and see what are some of the other drivers of our existential political polarization that are creating an interactive effect with the disinformation environment that has brought us to this brink of existential danger for American democracy.
So the question was around, like, like
Social media as the
social
new
media.
public square. Well, we used to
Public square,
debate
yeah,
in
and,
public
yeah,
space.
and I appreciate all, yeah. You know, when I think about this, I think about, you know, it's not that rich people have influence over the public square and that they shouldn't, it's that they own the public square. And that they've created it, they own it, and they shape it around how they can profit. So if the only thing about the public square is that it's owned by a publicly traded company, then it's actually not public. And I think that I think is important. So I think the question that is really sort of underneath all of that is that, are we going to be able to have any spaces that we can actually engage in without profit motive? You know, would we be comfortable in the middle of our phone calls to our grandmother being interrupted by an ad? Would we be comfortable being getting an ad after that for the gift that we talked about getting our grandfather together? Would we be comfortable with these things happening on one of our phone calls? If the answer is no, then I think we have to start asking ourselves questions sort of about sort of what does it mean to continue to sort of allow corporations to do what they want to do with our information, our data, and call it a public square, right? And I think like, and if it's not that, then what are the sort of rules of the road that we can sort of put in place to actually make sure that we are holding institutions accountable, and that we are treating these institutions as the profit-making sources they are, and actually having rules about how they can make profit and how they can use our data, and about our privacy and about all these other issues that we are sort of talking about here. But I do think that it's not that, like, you know, rich people shouldn't have power in a public square. It's that they own it, and as a result, they control it. And that doesn't mean it's public.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, I think it might have been with relation to Twitter. Like, I was actually trying to find this, right? Dick Costolo called Twitter a global public square, which I feel like has set us on this path about a conversation about social media that has sort of thrown us in the wrong place. It has never been public, this thing that we're doing online. It has always been privately owned and privately controlled with rules that were set by the companies that operate them. And so, like, when we try to reason about what do we do about these platforms and call it the public square, we're starting from a place that's not true, because if we've decided that we are going to cede public discussion on civic issues to private companies, that is a public policy choice. And we can make a different public policy choice, right? We could set up what is the equivalent of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, but make it for social media. We should, as a country, decide we want to play in this space because that's where everybody is, and do that. Which is not to say, Rashad, that I don't think we need the controls that you were talking about in the privately held spaces, but I also think that a public commitment about what we think is appropriate discourse and modeled, to your point, Larry, with places that are not underwritten by advertising or private profit, is actually a piece of what we need to do, in addition to the controls we want on the platforms.
I have,
So-
yeah, go ahead, Ben.
So let me provide a slightly different perspective to this. To create these solutions, I think you're both talking about the federal leadership we were talking about before. Just to be realistic about getting to a place where we might deal with the train wreck of our democracy that's coming, you couldn't get federal leadership to convince everyone in the country to get vaccinated for COVID. Yep. You can't get a January 6th bipartisan committee. So I think the framing of this is all intellectually sound and really sounds good. I'm just not sure that we get there in the current reality of today. So in terms of the social media being the public square, I think the test you have to use about a public square, at least for what I suspect this room is are you going to let Donald Trump and his supporters into your public square? Think about that. How many people how much cross-pollination is there between the two groups still comes back to that reality. And if you want to talk about something like Section 230 being part of the solution, although we all acknowledge the limits of that. Remember that both parties are perfectly willing to beat up on the social media platforms and change Section 230. The problem is the ways that they want to do it. Democrats basically want to stop disinformation. Republicans basically want to stop the censoring of their content, or what they believe is the censoring of their content, except that content is what the Democrats consider disinformation. So we got a little bit of a problem in framing that to anyone's satisfaction, which is where I want to come to what Larry was saying about deliberative democracy and what he and Jim Fishkin have really have a really interesting process in the America in One Room. I look at it through the election lens, and we've talked about sort of integrating efforts. And Bob Bauer and I, who was President Obama's White House counsel, founded a group called the Election Official Legal Defense Network. And the purpose of it originally was to provide pro bono legal help for elections officials who are facing criminal prosecution under a really bad set of laws that's been passed in some states and the general harassment that they face. But we came to realize that that was sort of a symptom and not at all the problem. And what we actually need to solve at least the problems of elections, but I think you're talking about it in a much broader sense for what you've done with climate, is that you do have to do this on the local level, that it is much easier to get people who disagree deeply in a room in a local area, because the person who is a pillar of the community and owns the local hardware store may be a Trump supporter, but he or she has a real interest in that community solving problems on the local level. So the idea that maybe we ought to look at as a pattern to deal with social media literacy or any of the other problems we've got, although it's much, much more difficult, is to do this on a local level where today, in just the reality of where we are, people seem to have a greater common ground and pull in local communities than they do on a national level. Much, much more difficult, and a much longer process, I think, but I'd throw that out as a way to approach all of these problems.
Just to respond, just in my body as a black gay man, having my rights, having privileges of people who are marginalized simply be up to local communities coming together is not necessarily a workable solution for how we've actually advanced equity and equality in this country for women, for people of color, for LGBT Americans across so many different issues. And it's not to say that the work doesn't happen. It's not to say that it's an either-or process. But I do sometimes get worried about this idea of, or holding up this sort of local work without at the same time being able to recognize its deep challenges and the deep power imbalances that come with it, and the ways in which it has played itself out time and time again. And the way it's playing itself out now, even sort of on the education front, about what we actually teach in this country and how we actually educate people about where we were and where we're going.
We should talk.
Yeah.
I just want to say two things. Number one, there are a lot of Americans who not only have not sat in a room virtually or physically for 90 minutes or 3 90-minute sessions with a black gay man, they haven't sat in a room with a black man or a Hispanic woman or anybody else who doesn't, basically.
But I don't get to this table if I haven't spent my life having to sit in rooms with white men in power. I don't end up on a stage at Stanford without that. And so I just think that if we don't recognize those power imbalances, that absolutely people who are oftentimes in power and position don't have to actually come into contact. And that is so much of what we're actually dealing with around the rooms that created these very platforms that we're dealing with. rooms of people who did not have to sort of deal with the harms or think about the harms and the motivations that behind it, and could create all sorts of things that created deep profits, and we had no rules in place to actually deal with it. I don't get here without having to have done internships for, you know, white members of Congress. I don't get here without having to sit in classrooms, having to go through text, having to go through all sorts of sort of processes of being engaged with sort of a consensus approach to how the world should see my dignity and the dignity of people who look like me. And so I think that is it is not to say that we don't need deliberative engagement. It does not mean that we don't need truth and healing and reconciliation. All of these things are processes, but the inputs in terms of how we design them to make sure that we are not basing them off of these assumptions that everyone is not having to have, that everyone has had to travel the same path to get there.
No one at this table, in my opinion, is making that assumption. And if I can just finish what I was saying, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying we need to do multiple things. We need to work on multiple levels. And all of the work you're doing, which I greatly respect and applaud, is a stream of work, but we still need to try and find ways to take this toxicity out of our society and this complete and total social and cultural immersion in separate worlds, which is helping to drive the political venom of our system and the retreat into worlds of political acceptance of disinformation. You know, we have short-term work we have to do, we have long-term work we have to do. We have work we have to do at social bridging, we have work we have to do at, you know, changing internet regulation. And I think the problem is so massive that we just have to work on multiple levels and try a variety of different things. I don't think, I'll let Ben speak for himself, I don't think what Ben was speaking to, he can speak for himself. Certainly what I would say I would not be speaking to is A, that we have to find some compromise on human rights. And in American One Room and in all deliberative polls, the search is not for consensus. It is for an honest exchange of views and debate among diverse others that may come to new syntheses that are that approach consensus or not, that may involve compromise or may involve, as sometimes it does, pretty clear movement in one direction. But if you don't get, the key is we've got to get people out of their social and information bubbles. I'll just make one last point, which keeps coming up in our conversations in the Cyber Policy Center, and I think is now kind of somewhat established in social science work on this. People are just as or more polarized in their physical worlds as they are in their online worlds. The problem is that we are deeply polarized as a society, so that's happening online too.
Let me, I want to give Ben 1 second to close this out. Is there a process for Q&A? I'm sorry, I wasn't, I run it. Great, good to know. All right, Ben, give us your closing thoughts on that point then, and then we'll take some questions from the audience.
I think what you say is tremendously important. I do think that there have been instances of good federal legislation that you've supported, yet the battles still rage in local communities. And so to Larry's point that this does take place on two levels, and just because you get a federal bill or even a state bill doesn't change some of the daily reality.
I agree with that.
I guess I don't see Microsoft microphone runners. So, oh, there are. Beautiful. Okay, so raise your hand, and someone will bring you a microphone. Okay. I got you. Go ahead.
So fantastic panel. one thing I was supposed to say before, that's why I wanted to grab the microphone. We may have a special guest come by at the third panel. So I'm saying this particularly for students that tend to show up. I'm looking around, and then they check out. You may want to come back for at least the last panel. We're not sure, but there may be a special guest coming for that. So I meant to say that. We don't want the room to be empty if he does show up. So he's on my mind because I'm staring at, and I used to work for him, and I worked on his campaign. And I want to ask the question, you're circling around it, but I want to get you to dig into a little bit more. Forgive this social science question about, is social media, the polarization that social media shows, is that expressing what is there in society, or is it causing it? And I know there's not a single answer, but this is a great panel. I want to hear the way you're thinking about it. And I want to start with when President Obama was elected in 2008. I'm from Montana, by the way. Barack Obama won 47% of the vote in 2008 in my home state. John McCain only beat him by 2 points. And some of you know the president, he's a super competitive guy. He really wanted to win Montana, and he got really close. So now we're here. We know the results from the last election in the state of Montana, or I do. President Biden did not do well there. I can't remember off the top of my head. So what happened between 2008 and now? I'm focusing on this to focus your mind, and I want you to run the counterfactual, like we like to do. What if there was no internet? What if none of these companies, all of the stuff you've been talking about, didn't exist? Would we still have had that level of falling off? And by the way, the polling in Montana is consistent with the national averages of people that don't believe that President Biden won. There was some of that, by the way. There was some in 2008, people that didn't think President Obama won that. But the numbers have expanded. So help us understand what, in my world, this is an independent variable affecting polarization. What is its magnitude on polarization? What is its impact? And I know it's a difficult question, but I'm interested in both the social science and your educated guesses.
Ben, do you want to start with that?
I'm not sure. So the polarization was clearly there. President Obama, I think, saw that in his campaign. He certainly saw it in digging down into the election results. From my perspective, and again, that's really more electoral than social media, I mean, Donald Trump was a transformational figure. That the way he ran his campaigns, the charges he made even against fellow Republicans, was unprecedented. And there's been a lot written that sort of that gene was a recessive gene in the Republican Party and then became a dominant gene. But I think that recessive dominant gene is true in both political parties. But I think the Trumpian approach to the way he ran the campaign, certainly what he said about the veracity of elections, provided a huge accelerator for all the other social sort of movements that were going on. Not the first time in history, as Larry knows far better than I do, that a single figure has really caused a massive change, but that's my perspective of it.
Okay, so I don't know the politics of it, or like the political messaging, and certainly not gerrymandering or whatever might else have been going on there. Here's what I think has changed in the tech industry between 2008 and 2016, which is when I first started working for Google, it was just a search engine. We had not even launched Gmail yet. So social networks were not a part of the factor. And the pillars of design for Google search were comprehensiveness, like we need to go find all the information so that we can index it accordingly, right, and make sure we have the world's information. The second was relevancy, that when you type in a query, we're going to deliver with our algorithms the correct answer or the relevant answer. And the third was speed, get it to people as fast as you can, because if you're slow, they go somewhere else, right? So those are the three pillars of design for web search. If you accelerate then from, that was like 2004, and move forward in time to say 2007, 2008, social networks now became a thing. Super interested in the social graph and how people are connected and what that tells us about them and how we can personalize information for them. Engagement becomes a metric that we pay attention to, not just like how long are you on our site, but how long can we keep you here and in what ways, because that's what's driving advertising, right? More eyeballs, more advertising. So engagement becomes a thing. And by the way, polarizing information is super engaging, right? And speed remains there. We want as little friction on the user as possible. We want to keep them there with no effort on their part. That shift in what we design for, personalization, engagement, speed, is a rocket ship for highly polarized content. And that, I think, is, I don't know how it played out in Montana or what it changed, but what I do know is it changed the way people pitched their companies to VCs. It changed the way we prioritized what we were designing for, and I think has changed what our information ecosystem looks like.
So I just want to make 2 points. One is that to really get a grip on your question, we need a historical perspective. And secondly, to get a grip on your question, I will say again, we need a comparative perspective. If you take the historical perspective, this is not the first time that the United States of America has been so profoundly, thoroughly, vitriolically polarized on partisan lines that, our democracy was kind of hanging in the balance. It happened in the lead up to the Civil War, as we know. It happened in the Reconstruction era. Ben and I know people who work on the 1876 election and the calamity there and the calamitous piece of legislation it ultimately gave rise to about the presidential election and the Electoral College. One thing I'll say in affirmation of several points Rashad has been making is that if you look at the periods when it's been as bad, race has been the underlying fault line in every single one of them. And I do think if this was part of the point you were trying to make, Rashad, that separate and apart from the social media thing, but of course it's interacting with that, racial justice and injustice is still, the deep unresolved issue in the United States of America. And I think it's running in subterranean ways and in ways that aren't the least bit really subterranean through a lot of the political dynamics around the election. I think it's a big issue with regard to Trump and his mobilization and his base, and so on and so forth. If you look on the other hand, so we don't need social media to get catastrophically polarized. Just read the literature on what happened after the creation of the printing press and the European wars, religious wars that followed, and how different kind of innovations in the production of information, kind of then were followed by catastrophic surges in polarizing violence. But the other thing is that if you look around the world now, this is, I think, one of the things that's so striking to so many of us. Virtually every democracy in the world, India, the Philippines, our European peers, a lot of African emerging democracies and so on, are struggling with what seems to be supercharged political polarization. And so far as I can tell, the only thing that they all have in common is surging social media. So that is, some kind of prima facie evidence that social media must be playing a very big role.
Do you want to add anything, Rashad? Or?
The only thing I will just add, because that was very helpful, is the incentive structures that sort of animate them, and what we've been saying and what I've been saying about sort of the profit incentives and the ways in which at every turn these platforms have been able to, in the name of innovation and without a lot of rules, continue to throw more and more gasoline on these problems because it will add to profit. We did not have Twitter at all when President Obama announced that he was running for president in Springfield. And you know, as these platforms have you know, come online, and as new platforms come online, there, as the other folks have said, there has been an incentive for all the things that we are now experiencing, and there has been reward for it without consequence. And without consequence, without enforcement, without rules, we will continue to see all of these problems continue to animate themselves and continue to cause us more harm.
Hi, I'm Renée, and I serve on Stanford's Board of Trustees. But more germane to this conversation, I was the global editor-in-chief of Yahoo for the first 15, 16 years of our existence. And so another thing I would add to this historical perspective that I think a lot about, and I don't know if I'm an outlier to think this is a germane distinction, is in that same period that Nicole referred to and the rise of social media that didn't exist before, we all allowed for the existence of something we're calling social media to not call itself media. So we've actually had a tremendous tradition based on different civilizations and some I think, enlightened thinking in the 19th and into the 20th century of what media principles and standards and best practices are. And then we invented some technology that allowed a whole bunch of companies to do media without saying they're media. And I say this because, in hindsight, I was editor-in-chief of a company on whose first page of their first business plan in 1995, before there was a tech industry as we know it for the web, called itself a media company, which gave me a job, and they kept not firing me. And this is really important, because the markets, when Google News launched, this was Google News, not Google Social Media. When Google News launched, its first, every single page said at the bottom of the page, these news results, these search results, no human editor was involved in these search results. As a point of bragging, I don't know. The coders are human. Human editors are involved. Let alone when we did have something that we now call social media that we want to put in a different category, Facebook, and Zuckerberg has famously, repeatedly claimed in front of Congress and everybody else, we're not a media company. So I think our deep ambivalence to call, they're not tech companies. That would be like saying everyone in the 20th century that used a phone was a phone company. No, these are media companies. And whether you're offline, online, both, or whatever, we should ask, why are we afraid to impose standards? Why are we afraid to name best practices that have served us well? They weren't perfect, but we could keep innovating on them to make them more inclusive, to decentralize power in a greater way. And I think we're afraid for all these reasons about profit, which are the markets loved the search margins more than the media margins, and the people love an economy driven by those margins more than an economy that's based on media margins.
I think,
So that's it. No, that's it.
Okay, Nicole's going to respond to that. Let me just make one moderator announcement really quickly, just because I know that we're going to have to walk across to hear our special keynote. So I'll take kind of two questions after this, and I just want to ask the panelists. I think we're going to have to do it like not everybody responding, but.
Oh, the 15, okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for making me so nostalgic, because so I was outside counsel to Yahoo before I went to Google. And so, what was there, the reason they said it wasn't human curated is because Yahoo had floors of surfers that created their search engine. It was entirely human, right, at that point.
Because I ran that group and we did it.
But like 1996, right? But there were people out there like searching for websites, categorizing them like human people, which I think if you are of a certain age, you don't know that. There were people behind it, and there have always been people behind it, which is your point. And what I also think, just to add on to that historical note is, in that period of helping Yahoo launch its products, one of the things that I and the partner that I worked with in supporting Yahoo for the launch of so many of things like Yahoo message boards and Yahoo stores and all of these things is, they believed themselves to be computer programmers. And so they believed in writing the code and putting it out and iterating, and they just keep putting out a new version, right? That was sort of the process. And they did not understand themselves as publishers or media. They understood themselves as computer software. And so the change that had to happen over time with different CEOs was to understand yourself as an entity that distributes information like a media company, right, with responsibilities and protections that come with it.
Questions?
Thank you. My name is Matt. I'm a PhD student in the communication department here. And this is, of course, a great research institution. And my question for the panelists is, what piece of information don't you know right now that would be the greatest help in your respective endeavors, if we could figure that out?
Renee is really the one who should answer that question.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think we've touched on a little bit of it, right? We need foundational work in transparency, which is why, just speaking as myself, I've been so encouraged to see the bipartisan support around Platform Accountability and Transparency Act. Foundationally, we need to, there's a lot of perception that some of what's happening is moral panic, right? And how do we assess those? How do we interrogate that question? I think we need data access in order to do that. Our work at Stanford Internet Observatory relies on data access, and some of that data access is predicated on strong relationships. That's not how it should be going forward in the future. While we're very appreciative of the engagements that we do have, and we believe that the tech platforms have become, particularly since 2018, meaningful partners in doing this research, there is just this foundational gap in which that is not required in any way, and it can be removed or revoked at any time. I am personally very interested. We didn't really get a chance to talk about design. I know Nicole alluded to it a few times, but questions around how networks are assembled are absolutely foundational to this. You can't have an information cascade without a network. When we talk about velocity and virality, we're talking about networks. Better visibility into the impact of recommendation and curation systems on what is surfaced and how the attention economy intersects with what people see is, in my opinion, absolutely foundational. I think recommendations and curation, that is what pushes people the information that they see. That is what helps them progress down the rabbit hole. What is our understanding of that? It's very thin right now. It's very primitive, and I would like to see that improved through access to more and robust data sets.
So much of, I'm looking at my friend Safiya and Dr. Noble, Safiya Noble here. So much of what we know about this, about these challenges, even when we do understand them, are not disaggregated in ways that allow us to actually understand how they are impacting various communities. So then what can be prioritized as a problem, what can be elevated as something that needs urgency, is not always clear, both in terms of what the platforms actually provide us in terms of, and what they either track or claim they track, which is always tricky, right? Because they track a lot more when it's about their profits and when it's about actually having data to sell versus what they track when it's about accountability. And then sort of how we then have that data to both analyze what we do next and how that relates to all the questions around privacy and how we make sure that at the same time that we understand where challenges are arising, where new policies, new tools, new algorithms need to be evaluated, that we also have sort of a clear protections about all the ways in which we know that data has been used to deny people credit, housing, all sorts of other access to larger society.
Can I just turn the tables and ask you, Renee, I think you could probably do this very briefly. To what extent are we able to determine whether the promoters of disinformation on social media platforms that are amplifying all of this poison are bots or human beings? Do we have do we have the ability to, and do the companies have the ability to clearly make that distinction now? And B, what do we know about the relative weight of bots in that? Because that's something I'd want to know.
That's shifted a lot since 2016. Twitter began to create a classification called a low-quality account. Oftentimes these were these automated accounts. You see them sometimes in the gray box. Sometimes they're human-operated, sometimes they're not. They're constantly taking down networks of bots that are focused on spam, and the overwhelming majority of automation usually focuses on spam. The ones that are politically engaged or involved oftentimes serve more as amplifiers, trying to boost speech. And so the question becomes, to what extent are platforms throttling their ability to boost? Like, to what extent is that signal weighted equivalently to a real crowd of people boosting signal? And that's where, from outside, it's not always as visible. There are plenty of teams. I think Indiana is one that, the University of Indiana, that really works on building classifiers to try to assess whether an account is real or not. But the bot problem, as it manifested in 2015 and 2016, is not the same challenge that it is today. Now, unfortunately, it really is crowds of real people, and that's where these questions, about polarization and finding ways to minimize it, to minimize the active engagement of those crowds of highly activist factional users, begin to come into play. I want to, I think there are a couple more students who had questions in particular.
Yeah, sorry.
I can't see you. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. My name's Sammy, and I'm a CSAC honors student and actually discussing my thesis is about the situation. And I think we mentioned the comparative approach as well earlier on. There are other countries that are going on with this issue, like the Baltic states, Taiwan, and they have systems that are pretty well integrated, whole of society approaches where government, civil society, companies, they all kind of work together. And I was just wondering what all of your takes would be on why the United States has such a harder time developing that whole of society approach instead.
Well, they have a digital minister. It would be nice if we had a cabinet official. Maybe it could be Nicole, who would, live and breathe this at a level of authority and resources that Audrey Tang has in Taiwan. That would be one thing. And they've just been more proactive in their, they're not really that much less polarized than we are. They've got very deep divisions, as you know. So it's really leadership and resources and vision, I think, that have made a big difference.
The one reason to keep repeating something that I've said over and over again is just so that I make sure that we don't try to look for other reasons. We say this a lot at my organization, is that we will always lose to big, powerful, corporate, resourced infrastructure. We will always lose in those back rooms if we don't have people lined up at the front door. And the only way that we will actually be able to sort of overcome the sort of entrenched challenges of why we actually can't move in sort of in all of society sort of change is the things that are barriers are both leadership and are more people being invested and prioritizing this issue and holding those in power accountable and making that outweigh the other incentive structure, which is profit, which is that we always become paralyzed in the face of trying to hold corporations accountable. We can think about, big oil, we can think about big tobacco, we can think about all sorts of changes where corporations had to be reined in. It relied on leadership and people being invested and involved because there is an incentive structure that constantly stands in the way of making changes when inequality, when injustice is manufactured for profit.
And I think this is going to be our last question before we all head over to the president's speech.
Thank you so much for all your contributions. My name is Christopher. I'm an undergraduate. At the beginning, we were talking about velocity, and I'm fearing a little bit that we are kind of moralizing the mechanics that allow for engagement in both directions. And really liked what Rashad said earlier, which is there are some people in the public square who have been able to emerge despite not having a corporate infrastructure behind them because of engagement and by building an organic audience. So do you think if we focus on slowing velocity, on slowing the spread of information, that we're just going to further entrench the status quo, and the big corporate infrastructure and the people who have the money to build platforms will be the only ones with a voice. How do we balance that upward mobility with the status quo?
Do you want to take that one?
Well, I think that's a really important point, and I think it's why we can't have a silver bullet approach, right? It's why we can't just have reforms to Section 230, which entrench the incumbents in place and prevent new insurgents from being able to enter the marketplace because the barrier to entry becomes far too high because of rules that are created. And so I think that an all-of-society approach, once again, means that we put in place rules that allow for new folks to emerge, new ideas to emerge, while making sure that the sort of immunity that has been enjoyed by platforms which have grown very quickly and have profited off of deep divisions and challenges, that there is consequence for that.
I want to address like the moralizing of the tech, because I think that's an important point, which is there's a sort of a mantra of like, tech is neither good nor bad, but it is not neutral, right? And so I think it really does matter to frame the thing that you're trying to solve and decide what your design around that's going to be. And so one of those things I think is diversity, and that's a solve that is not only about the tech, but about who's in the room and who resources it and how it's paid for, right? And then I think there's also not just the diversity, but also speed is sort of a trust and disinformation issue. So maybe you're solving speed for a different part of the product, right, than the diversity part. So I think it's both of those things, and the hard part is keeping both of them in your head.
Can I just add one thing? I think that slowing velocity is a strategy that has some promise. And here I do think there's a lot of nuance involved, and we should maybe experiment with a lot of approaches. But one thing that I just learned when I read Jonathan Haidt's article in The Atlantic that I thought was intriguing was a suggestion apparently raised by the Facebook whistleblower, Frances Haugen, that the big platforms make it more difficult to spread content virally by requiring, after something has been just, after content has been spread with just a push of a button a certain few number of times, that anybody who then wants to spread it beyond has to go to the slightly more difficult step of actually copying the content and repasting it. And actually then that would enable the more motivated people who really care about the content, maybe they've thought about it, to take that slightly extra step. But the impulsive, viral, aggrandizement of the information would be just slowed down a little bit. So I think these are the types of things that we should be experimenting with.
And I think President Obama actually put out a series of 3 tweets and a Medium post yesterday, and he includes a link to Jonathan Haidt's piece in The Atlantic, as well as some other work on friction in design, which is something that we talk about a lot at SIO as well. And on that note, I want to thank our panelists for a rousing discussion. And thank the audience for the questions, and let's all go and enjoy the keynote. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you. If you see Bob Bauer, when you go back, say hello to him.
I will.
We practiced together at Perkins Coie.
I'll be seeing him next week.
He's very dear. Thanks for the prep.
Of course. Well,
I really wanted a debate. I hope that everybody was like cool with that.
Always a pleasure, Larry. Thank you.
Oh, that was fun, huh?
It was, yeah.
one of the perks of being a student here,
Yes.
Get to follow
It's actually one of the perks of being a part-time faculty.
Will is one of our master's students in international policy.
I just check the internet for where Larry's speaking and go.
Must be busy.
Coming off a very interesting, 2 years, 3 years at the National Security Council.
Oh, yes.
One of the few people who managed to graduate
Hamby.
from Trump to Obama and still Trump to Biden and still survived. Hi, Peter. How are you?
Good.
So
I
nice
wrote a
to meet
puff piece on you for Vanity Fair a couple years ago.
you. Oh,
About the
you did
summit.
that?
That was me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Texting Henry Alpes about it.
Oh, wow. That's great. Well,
Same
I'll
guy?
be
Yeah.
introducing you.
How are you, man? You look good.
On 2 o'clock, so we really ought to get going here. So I am going to introduce this panel, and I think while I'm introducing it, if Marietje and Chris and I guess Maria will be coming into us over the miracle of Zoom or its equivalent, but Peter and Safiya, if you could all come up, and Marisa, I can't wait to introduce you. But first, I'm going to introduce the panel, which is on designing for democratic discourse, which I think we just got a head start on in CMEX auditorium with that amazing speech. What is the role for media and tech companies to ensure quality access and participation? Our colleague, Marietje Schaake, is International Policy Director here at our Cyber Policy Center, an International Policy Fellow at Stanford's Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. She served 2 terms as a member of the European Parliament for the Dutch Liberal Democratic Party, and now here she is with us. Chris Best, hello Chris, is co-founder and CEO of Substack, a subscription publishing platform for independent writers. Founded in 2017, Substack creates a better future for writing by letting writers own their work. Boy, that sounds refreshing. And their relationship with our audience. Maria Ressa, our dear friend who was not allowed to travel here, is co-founder of Rappler, the top digital-only news site that is leading the fight for press freedom in the Philippines. As Rappler's CEO and president, she has endured constant political harassment, including the prevention of her travel here, and multiple arrests by the government of a very authoritarian president, Rodrigo Duterte, for her fearless investigative reporting and more than 35 years of courageous independent journalism. She was named as one of Time Magazine's Persons of the Year in 2018, and last year she shared in the Nobel Peace Prize. So Peter, you want me to introduce you after that? Peter Hamby is an Emmy and Murrow Award-winning political journalist in Los Angeles. He is the host of Good Luck America, which I think is a play on Edward R. Murrow, and Snapchat's original series about American politics that reaches millions of young Americans every day. He joined Snapchat in 2015 to build the company's news products after a decade at CNN. And finally, our neighbor in Southern California, Safiya Noble, is an internet studies scholar and professor of gender studies and African American studies at UCLA, where she serves as co-founder and co-director of the UCLA Center for Internet Inquiry, and is also a research associate at the Oxford Internet Institute and a member of the Oxford Commission on AI and Good Governance. You may know her for the groundbreaking, best-selling book on racist and sexist algorithmic bias in search engines, Algorithms of Oppression, How Search Engines Reinforce Racism. So over to you, Marietje.
Thank you so much, Larry. Also for all the work that you're doing and your leadership in the field of protecting democracy and promoting democracy. I think if you are feeling it online, if you can't join us in person, when you're back in this room, welcome. And all over campus, there's a lot of buzz after President Obama's keynote. People are full of thoughts and reflections, and I'm sure it's the same for our panelists, where I would like to start with Maria Ressa, who unfortunately could not join us in person. She has been kept in the Philippines because her appeal to travel while she is enrolled in all kinds of unjust court cases has not been granted. But we're very grateful that you set your alarm at an incredibly early hour. So sorry, Maria, I hope you've made some good coffee for yourself. And you even caught a significant part of President Obama's speech. So what did you hear?
So thank you for having me. I really wish I had been there in person. look, it's the randomness of everything that provides this uncertainty. I heard three things from former President Obama, you know, and they're very familiar. It is looking at the supply, demand, and then how do we react to this, right? What things can be done? What can we do? It's been, right, you know, we've been talking forever now, it feels, but in the last 6 years, we've been looking for the same solution because literally I have skin in the game. I mean, I've never thought about actually losing my rights the way I have. But in our case in Rappler in 2012, there were 3 pillars that we had: tech, journalism, and community. And I think that pretty much matches. So there were many instances where I was saying, yes, yes, yes. But one thing where I like furiously took notes and I said no. And this is that social media, the tech platforms, that this is just a tool. Because I think this is how we as in collective society globally have underestimated the impact of social media, because in the situation we're in, it's gone beyond being a tool. By design now, the tech platforms have actually moved us to a place where it's become a behavior modification system. We can talk about that a lot more. You know, we've spent time doing that, but that's the one thing, right? Is it chicken or the egg? Is a dystopia because of the social media platforms? Does it create more hate, more conspiracy theories, more anger? In my situation, what I've lived through, the data we've looked at, and we've analyzed this for 6 years, yes, it has. And it has created the behavior that has made democracy not just weaker, but in many instances around the world, it's destroyed it and it's made it violence a norm of life.
Thank you. And I suspect we'll come back to this question of, is it a tool or is it the problem in and of itself, right? Safiya, can I turn to you? We were sitting next to each other during the keynote. What did you take away?
Well, one of the things I took away was that there is still some debate over whether it's a tool or whether it's a practice. I think many of us also would agree that technology is a social practice. It's a political practice. It's not just about coding technologies. But I think the thing that I took away was the way in which the president consistently emphasized the types of values that are organizing our societies. And to me, this is ultimately kind of the driving question when we talk about democracy. And we have a lot of words that really flatten our ability to conceptualize what we're talking about when we're talking about something like social media or tech in society. What we're talking about are the kinds of values that undergird the lives that we want to live, the way in which we want to engage with each other and our communities. Are those values anchored in civil rights, in human rights, in sovereign rights, or are those anchored in something else? And I think the something else that often goes unnamed, which maybe I'm invited here today to name, them are the values that he did attend to, such as white supremacy or misogyny, sexism, authoritarianism, constricted kinds of value systems that actually foreclose the opportunity for everyone to participate in the experiment of a multiracial democracy. So to me, this issue of values is always the driving question, because that's what is fundamental to how we structurally organize our societies. And we certainly have to, here we are at Stanford, we're in the epicenter of the place where so many of the visions of the kinds of worlds that we are having to live with and contend with. I think about, Maria, I think about you so often and the things you're contending with there, and how close those problems of authoritarian control are to our neighborhoods right here in the United States. And I think this is one of the things that we often think of is that these are the problems that are out there somewhere else. And I felt that the president really helped us remember that those things were right here in the United States at the Capitol on January 6th. These things are right here in the passage of laws all over the country right now that are limiting and foreclosing our ability to talk about things like a history of racism and oppression. Laws that are foreclosing our ability to have choices over our bodies. I mean, there are lots of stakes, and these are not just red issues and blue issues. They shouldn't be flattened into those kinds of words. They shouldn't be flattened into words like content or social media. What we're talking about are the way in which companies are profoundly profiting from making the values opaque. And some of us will pay a much greater price than others in that proposition. So I was thinking about that, and that he really helped tease that out. And of course, I know there are many people who he's reading and listening to that have helped him kind of come to those positions. And I'm glad it opens up a new era of conversation.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure we'll come back to some of those details as well. Thank you. Chris, how were you listening to the speech as somebody who lives in the private tech sector?
I thought the speech had maybe the most brilliant framing of some of the problems we face that I've heard. These are things that we've thought about a lot, things that help motivate the work that we do at my company. And I think that the way that he kind of laid out the problems that we are facing, but also the opportunities that we have with the internet and with the design of our kind of digital spaces. I love the reference to the fact that social media and the internet has not caused our problems. It has not caused human nature to be the way it is. It is not, it is not the source of all of our divisions. However, it can act as an amplifier. And the rules and the ways that we design the systems that we inhabit online matter a great deal. And even with the same people who want the same things and have the same values, you can kind of create a heaven or a hell depending on how you set up the system and what things are rewarded and what the root kind of incentive structure is, which I think is deeply important.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. What about you, Peter?
Well, I was listening with sort of two ears. One, I'm a career journalist and still a journalist, and I also work for a tech company. And I, like Chris, appreciated what he said about how these challenges predated social media. Paranoia, conspiracy, misinformation has been part of the American character going back to its founding, rather. Social media certainly accelerated it, but I'm also old enough to remember when my grandma would forward me AOL emails that said forward, forward, forward. The Democrats are letting...
She got it from my grandma.
Yeah, exactly. The John Birch Society sent out mailers. Fox News and Rush Limbaugh accelerated partisanship and negative partisanship well before social media exploded. And so, the collective outrage of mainstream press against big tech needs to have that context around it. It also needs to point out, and this is where I'm going to bat for the home team, that not every tech platform is the same. Not every tech platform is Meta and Alphabet. And we can talk about this more. Mm-hmm. But Snapchat has actually put in place and been public about some of the values that Obama spoke about. We have been intentional about our architecture, our product design, our content moderation. We don't just label content when we think it's false. We remove it. We limit the size of our group chats to 32 people. You can't search for them. It's designed to talk to your closest friends and family. We don't have an open news feed. I host a show on Snapchat about politics that Barack Obama has appeared on and Joe Biden has appeared on and Anthony Fauci has appeared on. Madison Cawthorn and Lindsey Graham have also appeared on that show. We only partner with trusted news organizations. We have strict content guidelines. And those apply to our influencers, creators, and Snap stars that post on Snapchat. And so, this isn't a small platform. Snapchat has 319 million daily active users. We reach 90% of 18 to 24-year-olds in the United States, which is more than Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram combined. We are almost twice as big as Twitter, which journalists and politicians obsess over. And so I only say all this, not to be self-aggrandizing, but to point out that a big tech platform can make the right decisions and make tweaks along the way. Since Snapchat was created on this very campus, we've made lots of changes. And we care about democracy and a healthy information environment and think that other platforms can do as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought that last point that the former president pointed out, that companies should have a North Star beyond making a profit and scaling, and that he expects these companies to respect democratic institutions, was really interesting, because I think you could argue, and I want to come back to Maria for a first answer to this question, that not even democratic institutions have prioritized protecting democracy and the rule of law, or democratic discourse, which is the topic of this particular panel. And so I wanted to turn back to Maria because, you know, the harms and the real damage of those choices, a lack of regulating, leaving a lot up to the market, not putting democracy first, have often become visible first in more fragile societies, among more vulnerable communities, among minorities, and so on. And so I wanted to ask Maria, you know, you have seen firsthand a lot of the painful lessons learned of what happens when you do not prioritize democracy. And some of those lessons have taken a long time to hit home in the United States, even if they were visible all around the world. It was good to hear the president mention the war in Ukraine, where state propaganda and lies have been providing the fertile ground for some of the violence that's happening now. Maria, in the Philippines, you have seen how that ground is paved and nurtured with lies and calls for hatred and violence. So are there alarm bells going off in your world right now that you think are not being heard in democratic societies like here in the United States or in Europe for that matter, that again should be sort of the canary in the coal mine for what is going on and what is at stake when it comes to democracy?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And absolutely, you know, I think it started in December of 2016, I went to California and maybe it was a Mountain View, it was in Google, where I said, you know, something bad is happening here and it's coming for you. 2016, 2017, 2019, I wrote an op-ed for LA Times saying, it's coming for you. And then it got to you. Look, we're the testing ground. This is what the Cambridge Analytica whistleblower Chris Wiley had said, that countries like the Philippines, countries in the global south where law enforcement is weak, where you can get away with impunity easier, these tactics of mass manipulation were tested in our countries. Chris Wiley called us the Petri dish, and he said that if they worked in our countries, then companies like Cambridge Analytica ported, that was the word, ported these tactics over to you. So what is happening? Look, this is it. This is an sorry, not to be hyper, but 2 cups of coffee in, you know, it's like, this is an existential moment for us. We have presidential elections on May 9th. That's 17 days away by Manila time, right? And our front runner for the president, as a candidate is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who 36 years ago, his father and their family were ousted in a people power revolt, accused of stealing $10 billion in 1986 terms. I'm just saying that part of the reason he is a frontliner is because disinformation has shifted reality in front of our eyes, changing the history of our nation. So in our elections, it's going to determine not just the future of the Philippines, but our past as well, right? So that the first thing is there are more than 30 elections this year. And you cannot have integrity of elections if you don't have integrity of facts. And we don't have integrity of facts. Safiya talked about it as, you know, a flattening of these values that are there. It's not just a flattening, it is pushing us into chaos. Because if you think about it like this, for journalists, for example, news organizations, the platforms, and I will now experiment more on Snapchat after hearing this, but you know, these platforms right now are determining what news survives and what news does survive. All the worse, right? Essentially, things you're rewarded, i.e. you get more page views, if you inflame, if you are emotion loaded, if you are connected to conspiracy theories. And this is a 2018 MIT study that said that lies laced with anger and hate spread faster and further than facts. Okay, so that's the second point. The third point is, it is as much an abdication of responsibility of the United States and other democratic governments that we are at this point globally, that democracy is at an existential moment. We're about to go off the cliff. The United States in its last elections barely came out of it, and your institutions are stronger than many of ours in the global south, right? We've already proven, and this is both the UN and Facebook itself, sent people to Myanmar and said that the platform enabled genocide, and yet nothing has really been done. So what are we seeing here? let me make it very personal, because it's become very personal to me, right? In 2016, when we did our jobs as journalists and pointed out all of the lies that were coming out, I was hammered by information operations, bringing an average of 90 hate messages per hour. When it was pulled up into a big data study, 60% of almost 500,000 social media attacks were tearing down my credibility. 40% were meant to tear down my spirit. And this enabled all of the legal cases against me. All told, I have 7 now. There have been more. There was as many as 11 in 2018. And then slowly we were winning, got to hold the line. But then now I still face the rest of my life in jail. Depending on whether rule of law wins in the Philippines or not, I could go to jail for the rest of my life. You shouldn't be demanding this much of your journalists. You know, it shouldn't be existential. Anyway, all right, I give it back to you.
Thank you, Maria. And what fascinates me, but what I think is also really painful, is how much of this harm that ripples through the world has been allowed to happen in the name of free speech. And that was also a clear point that President Obama made. The First Amendment, the power of the First Amendment, particularly in the United States, because of course a lot of countries do not have an equivalent law of the First Amendment in the same way, with the same sort of force. But what you've done, Safiya, which I think is really important in all of your work, is shifted the lens to other really important rights, like non-discrimination and civil rights, like democratic rights, to make sure that minorities are not unjustly targeted and so on. So in an effort to try to think in solutions for this panel and not just, get stuck in the problems, which there are many, and I don't want to brush over them, but how do you see a vision or design for a more inclusive, representative democracy when it comes to the role of tech companies?
It's really difficult because, Maria, just hearing, always being reminded when I'm with you about the threat of that your life is under is sobering. And it's also a reminder that the struggle in the Philippines and other former colonies of the West, including neighborhoods and communities that have been colonized in the United States, Black neighborhoods, Latinx neighborhoods, are connected. And I think one of the things when I say, what is the way forward and think about solutions, I mean, even thinking in such a pure way, as if these aren't nuanced and complicated ways, that that there is no one solution. I will say that part of deepening the way that we think about the tech sector and its role in these conversations is not just the technology. It's not just the software applications. It's not just the platforms. It's the global linkages that are made, and this is why I go back to talking about the practice. When I live in Los Angeles, and when tech companies moved into Los Angeles, they did things like hire private security forces to sweep the streets of people experiencing homelessness so that their clients, when they came, wouldn't see the neighborhood and the people who lived in the neighborhood. We've seen things like housing become incredibly unaffordable for people who live in any major city or major tech corridor. Of course, I don't have to tell anybody about that here in the Bay Area. We've seen a massive defunding. And I have to point to these things because to me, these are the places where the solutions live. If we're going to talk about the role of the sector, the most powerful industry on planet Earth right now, 7 of the 10 most well-capitalized companies on planet Earth are tech companies. And the way in which they move, not just with their products and services, but the way that they move in cities and communities with displacement, with what I, in essence, would call a defunding of education, a defunding of higher education, of libraries, of every kind of democratic institution that is part of what serves as a buffer to the products and services. And the defunding comes because those companies, for the most part, don't pay taxes and they offshore their profits. I'm sure I am not going to get invited back here. So I've got to say it all now. I think that this is part of where the solution space is. Because if you defund all of the public democratic institutions like education, libraries, schools, public media, public health, civil society organizations, civil rights organizations, if you, affordable housing, if you make those things unreachable, well, what do people have left? You know, I say this often to my students. I mean, you know, I say, what do they think? We're just going to sit and scroll and watch other people eating while we don't eat? And she's like, girl, I do that. And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying, because the kids do watch that. They do watch people eating. I mean, these are the kinds of things. It's almost absurd to me that we would disconnect these complex relationships from each other. So we have to talk about, if we're going to talk about the solutions that emanate from the tech space, well, one of the things my colleague Rashad Robinson here knows, when I was with him on the Aspen Commission on Information Disorder, I was relentless about talking about what is the debt that the sector owes back to the public to restore democracy. What is the debt that needs to be paid back? Who needs to be funded? What kinds of redistributions of profits and resources and assets from that industry have to go back into the communities that have been flatlined by their products and services and their business practices and their encroachments into communities and all of the things that I'm talking about. So to me, that is actually a very exciting place to talk about a solution space, because that is the industry that has the resources that could really, with a stroke of a pen, so easily refund, rather than doing what they currently do, which is, you know, starve systems like I'm in, the University of California. I'm a UCLA professor. We're public school. We're very public school. Our buildings are crumbling. It's very, very difficult in a public university right now in the United States. Rather than starving the system by not paying taxes and into the system, and then cherry picking researchers that are favorable to your interests to write studies that are favorable to your concerns, there should not be that kind of one company to one or two, three research centers or projects or charities that they want to be interested in. And I think regulation can play a role in that, of course. We should think about, you know, how much resource is too much resource, what is the morality, and how are these projects and practices tied to dismantling democracy. We heard in the earlier panel people talk about, you know, students should learn to do this and teachers should do that, and everybody, you know, pushing it back in this model that says it's on us as individuals to somehow weather the weight of these, you know, trillion-dollar industries. This just seems ludicrous to me. It's untenable. And so I think there's an incredible opportunity. How much money needs to sit offshore? How much money needs to sit in private bank accounts? Why can't we reimagine restoring the public good? And that is the huge, amazing solution space in front of us.
Thank you. I want to turn back to Chris and Peter, because we hear, I think, across the board how expectations of what tech companies can and should take on as responsibilities, how they should deal with their power, their role in shaping and designing the space for public discourse, for democratic debate, governing over data and over a lot of parts of people's lives. Those expectations are growing. We heard it in President Obama's speech. We can feel it in society. Safiya just made a number of points of where the balance seems very much lost. Do you, and this is the same question to both of you, do you think that the only way this is actually going to happen is when the hard hammer of the law is going to come down, or is there another way that you could see companies taking on a more responsible role vis-a-vis the public and vis-a-vis democracy? You can start, Chris.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll tell you how we think about this at my company. We don't think the hard hammer of the law will even work, basically. You know, I think that the the thing that we are facing is this like unprecedented wiring together of all of humanity on the internet. And I think President Obama did a good job sort of like talking about this earlier, where it's like, that's a wild thing to have done. And in this first phase of the internet, there was kind of this enormous land grab for attention, and the systems we ended up building are designed to kind of like grab as much attention as possible and then sell it off to the highest bidder. And that, the ecosystem that's grown off of that basic assumption, the assumption of kind of like the attention land grab, is both immensely lucrative, obviously, and also it's sort of like it pulls in this inexorable direction. It pulls in this, the reason that the Facebook algorithm and all the other algorithms prioritize engagement is not because these companies are sitting there tenting their fingers saying, I'm going to make something that's bad. It's because of the economic logic that underpins that first phase of the internet. And without the law telling them to do something, but them wanting to do something, going in and adding a bunch of content moderation or adding a bunch of like kind of patches on top of this system that's inexorably pulling in this bad direction, doesn't actually work. And I don't think that by coming in and doing, making new rules about what they have to do, you're actually going to be able to solve the problem. Our view of this, my personal view of this, is you kind of can't fix the problem from inside the building. You can't fix the problem from inside the existing tech companies because their business model is predicated on this. You can't fix it from within the government that hopes to make rules for it because you can't possibly understand and react to it at the speed and level of sophistication that you would need to. In my estimation, the hope lies in creating new systems that have different laws of physics, different underlying incentive structures and rules of the game. And if we can make places on the internet that people can choose to go that are not about grabbing my attention as cheaply as possible and keeping it however you can, keeping me glued to it for as long as possible, but instead put the people using the systems back in control instead of the tech companies, instead of the government, that is not only a better, but probably the only way to actually solve this in a way that goes forward in the world instead of trying to go back.
Are you thinking Web3 type dynamics here, or am I not understanding?
I think Web3 is really interesting. I don't think that I think that some of the principles of ownership, of people choosing for themselves, like what to read and what to see and what to write and what to build, matter a lot. And I think there's a bunch of different routes you can go to get to those places. But I think that the way that we design this system, the way that the incentive landscape works, ends up being at the root of so much of what works or doesn't work in these places we inhabit online.
Thanks. Peter, maybe you can factor in, how those incentives would change, if they have to change, and if they haven't so far.
I think it was a few quarters ago on their earnings call, maybe 3 months ago even, Facebook announced for the first time ever they lost users, right? And this shouldn't be a Facebook meta pile-on, I guess. Maybe it should, but
Google appreciates it.
I'm sure they do. One reason for that is a lot of young people, and in the case of Facebook, young means like under the age of 40, decided this isn't a useful place for me to spend my time. My social network isn't mapped onto this platform. All of my friends are somewhere else. TikTok has started to cannibalize Instagram. I went to Coachella last weekend. Whenever I'm out in the wild, I like to look at how people are using their phones, and it's definitely a lot of people on Instagram, but a lot of people on TikTok. And so I'm not saying TikTok is the right way to go when it comes to algorithms. They're obviously hoovering up a huge amount of information on us. But, I think once platforms start to think a little bit more about, and this sounds corny, but what gives people a little bit of joy, how humans actually relate to one another, I think they will get rewarded for that. This is an imperfect example, but during COVID, during the lockdowns in particular, Snapchat saw its engagement go up a lot because it was a way for people to connect with their friends and family and see pictures of their grandkids and just have a little bit of fun And I think that I'm not an engineer, I'm not the CEO of my company. I work on content and creating shows and news programming in particular for young people. But you know, one of the things we try very hard to do is, especially with the news, is find a way into people's lives that doesn't feel like it sparks anxiety and dread. That doesn't mean you have to cover only fluffy things, but the way I present the news is I try to talk to people like you would talk to your cousin or your aunt or your friend. And you know, these big cold companies with their know-it-all algorithms, I think you're naturally actually starting to see people pull away from them and go find social networks where they can feel like they can be their authentic selves. I haven't used it yet, but there's this platform that's very popular among teenagers right now called Be Real, that's blowing up and having a bit of a network effect among high schoolers, where you just post like one picture a day of where you are right now. And it could be in the kitchen, it could be in bed, it could be at school, it could be anywhere. That's it. There's no comments, there's no likes, there's no social pressure around it. And I think those platforms, broadcast or not, feel like they are, and maybe this is a very American biased opinion, but they feel like they're pushing some of the older Facebooky social networking structure away. Maybe that's pie in the sky thinking, but I think that's what's been working for us at least.
Well, I think one of the questions is whether when people move away from Facebook to TikTok, whether that's an actual solution or whether it's a horizontal, lateral move, so to say.
No, and I lateral move indeed. Yeah, I mean, I can certainly say that, like, looking at TikTok probably like makes me laugh more than looking at my Facebook feed, right? But the amount of data collection that's happening there is absurd, and certainly the amount of disinformation that's being spread on TikTok is not much better than Facebook.
Well, and to the sort of, you know, bigger picture question of where will change come from? I mean, I've served for 10 years in political office, and I really wish I could share your optimism about designing a whole new system with whole new incentive structures. But I think we should not underestimate that once we start to move away from existing systems like respect for universal human rights or rule of law mechanisms or so on, that, you know, a sort of vacuum could also open up that could be taken by people who do not have democracy or universal human rights or civil rights at heart. So it's tricky, but I do want to keep pushing and looking at what solutions could look like. In the first panel, Nicole Wong said, we just need, you know, a short-term working group that's going to spend 90 days doing analysis of the problems and then come up with like 10 things to save democracy. And so, before turning to everybody here for your questions, because I want to make sure that you all get an opportunity to ask those, I want to do a quick round with all of the panelists and ask them, how can we improve the media and information environment as part of democracy that I think everybody believes needs to survive? So try to be specific. Maria, if you want to start, that would be wonderful.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I mean, we have to, right? We've had to actually find solutions. So it's like changing the wheels on the bus as the bus is going 120 kilometers per hour, right? So, I mean, just quickly, I think the only option we have right now, what needs to kick in is regulation, and it should not be downstream at content moderation. It should be at the algorithmic level and at the surveillance capitalism, using Shoshana Zuboff. I mean, just right there, all of these assumptions, if Safiya is talking about the flattening of our values, look at all the flattening, you know, who owns our data, who can use the latest technology to actually target us, to analyze it and find our weakest points, right? So first is regulation is critical. It's an abdication of responsibility of the United States in particular, because these are a lot, of course, TikTok is an American, but I always say, I've said it's like we have a virus of lies that's been seeded. President Obama at one point in Chicago a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I think he said that, you know, they underestimated the threat. Okay, it's beyond that now. 6 years later, well, for me, it was really 2016 was when the attacks against us began. But in the book I'm writing, How to Stand Up to a Dictator, I went back. Last December, my prologue was on the annexation of Crimea. And now I had to redo the prologue because those same meta-narratives have been used to by Putin to invade the Ukraine, right? So it's the same methodology all around the world. That's the first. So two is we need to stop that impunity. The impunity of governments, of autocrats, of anyone who already has power to continue manipulating us insidiously. And like Safiya said, stop blaming the users, because we're like Pavlov's dogs here, right? You keep trying out the text, and since we are at Stanford, so yes, I'm talking to you, whoever is coding. You have a hand in this. And then I guess the third part, so incentive system and what do we do? Like I said, 17 days before our election. So what we did in the Philippines, and it was only December when we began to put it together, I realized we couldn't wait for tech to actually put guardrails in place because frankly, it didn't care. It continues to blame the users and the supporters of tech, the people who aren't at the front lines like we are. Women journalists in the United States are in the front lines, women politicians, anyone, Safiya and Rashad will know this. We talk about this all the time. Anyone who was marginalized before is pushed off the cliff in this new world, right? So what we did in the Philippines is we tried to figure out how can we help civil society as a whole, react to the viral lies. Because let me simplify what that is. The attention economy uses and creates, right? So it doesn't just harness what was already there, it creates anger, fear, hate, conspiracy for moral outrage, which becomes mob rule. If you are at the receiving end of mob rule, then you know, but many of you in the room are not, right? When you're at the receiving end of mob rule, there is nothing you can do and it changes who you are. In countries in the global south, you die because you are at the receiving end of mob rule. Online violence is real world violence. Sorry, I keep telling you the problems, the solution. So what we did is we created what I called a 4-layer pyramid. It's facts first PH. Forget all of the politics that you layer on top of it. Let us agree on the facts, which is what the tech platforms destroyed. And you know, I just looked at Snapchat, and there's pretty much some really, like, it's the same. The stuff that was there was kind of similar crap. Sorry, and I won't name which ones they are. The stuff that was coming out, again, in an attention economy, it's a race to the bottom to keep people's attention. That's a reality, right? So we created, to protect the facts, we for the first time got 16 news organizations to finally work together. Getting news groups to work together, not easy. I would love to see it happen in the United States. Fact check. Fact checks don't spread as fast or far as lies, right? So what we did is we used them as pillars. As we came out with the fact checks, that's layer one, we connected, linked to each other, so hello Google search, and then we also shared each other, so hello algorithms of amplification. Then we went to layer two, which we called the mesh. If you saw that Netflix movie, Don't Look Up, you know how the global, the planetary system came up one mesh by mesh. So that's what we did, because as Obama kind of mentioned, this is now a person-to-person defense, not just of our values, but of our reality. So mesh layer is more than 130 civil society groups, human rights organizations, business groups, the church, and they amplify the fact checks because you need emotion in order to get amplification. The third layer are groups like what you have in Stanford, like your election integrity partnership. That was actually what sparked it. It is 7 research groups that weekly, every week, every Friday, there's a research report that tells Filipinos how we are being manipulated and who is benefiting from it. And finally, the fourth layer is the law, which has been absent through all of this, right? Impunity. And that legal layer has been pushing out both tactical litigation and strategic litigation. Is it enough? Well, let me put it this way. In our first 2 weeks, we did so well that I had another case, I had another petition filed by the Solicitor General at the Supreme Court against fact-checking, against Rappler and our Commission on Elections. And the Solicitor General called fact-checking prior restraint. So we have no choice. It's like breathing polluted air. So what do we do in between? We have to give civil society a chance to fight back.
Thank you, Maria. It's really inspiring that you can even overcome all this repression and think about solutions that are universally relevant. So thank you for that. Who wants to go next?
I would love to.
Yeah,
I mean,
go
I
for
think
it.
we can't talk about the information environment, and President Obama said this, without talking about the traditional news media. And, you know, I trust in media has hit a historic low. And it's not just because President Trump spent 5 years attacking the press. Trust in media is down to like 32%. Only 11% of independents say they trust mainstream media. There's all kinds of different polls out there. YouGov did one recently where they asked Americans what their most trusted news organization was. And the top two answers were the Weather Channel and the BBC, which isn't even an American news organization. Both of those places obviously present the news in a very sort of apolitical, dry way. The BBC is a huge legacy brand, of course, but I really think that, and I felt this when I worked at CNN, the news as we talk about it, as we college-educated elites on this campus talk about it, isn't for all Americans. It is for college-educated, mostly white people who are willing to pay for it. If you are anyone else in this country, you're not a news obsessive. There's a huge divide in this country between people who care about news and people who don't. If you're not a news obsessive, you're like, you've lost touch with what the news is. The president talked about the hallowed Edward R. Murrow era when there were 3 networks. News has lost its value as an entertainment object. Like, there's so much more out there that it's competing with now. And news organizations and newsrooms have failed to innovate in terms of design and format. For example, the 900-word article with a lead and a nut graph, that stuff feels like homework to most people. Most people don't care about it. It doesn't affect their lives. They don't want to make the time to read it beyond the headline. The anchor at a desk model, that has been around for decades and hasn't evolved. I come from a world where I work with and create news for Gen Z. They just fundamentally are not watching the same kinds of news programming and news objects that we're watching. And so newsrooms have to innovate and compete, hopefully without creating clickbait, as Maria said, for that attention. And that means podcasts, that means documentaries, that means short form video. And the way I make it, I think, when I worked at CNN, I always said the best journalist at CNN when I was there was Anthony Bourdain. And the example I used was Bourdain's episode when he went back to Provincetown, I believe, and told the story about how he got hooked on heroin. And, part of the show was, this is the best place to eat in Provincetown. Here's the best lobster roll. Here's my old friend who's a chef. But then, this is 2014. This is before the opioid crisis exploded in the national media. Went to Western Mass and talked about, heroin and opioids. And it was compelling content. It was shot in documentary style. He's obviously was an incredibly charismatic figure, but it brought the viewer along in a way that was extremely compelling, and it blew everything else on CNN away, because you look at CNN and it was the same format. A guy with, blow-dried hair standing in a field with a microphone talking about something. If you're a normal person in this country or anywhere in the world, that is really boring. I'm sorry. And so news media has to find a way to sort of reassemble all the constituent parts of journalism in a way that makes it compelling, yes, entertaining, in a way that normal people can once again regain a relationship with the news. Most people don't watch the news, which is probably the biggest thing I learned after leaving New York and DC and moving to the West Coast. But I think it's really important that news organizations rethink how they deliver news in new formats if they want to, recapture the attention of people under the age of 55, quite frankly.
Thank you. Solutions.
I'll do one.
Go for it.
Substack was another good example. Sorry, I forgot to mention.
Substack, yeah. The solution is use my product, Substack. Go independent. Start your Substack today. I do genuinely support that. But maybe the more general version of this I would pitch is, I think we should give people ways to make the choice of how to spend their attention as their best selves. I think a lot of what happens when we talk about the attention economy, the sharp end of that is, if you're on Twitter and you go for one more scroll, or if you're on TikTok and you go to the next thing, you are choosing to spend your time there. Nobody's holding a gun to your head and making you watch the 50th meme or whatever. But you're making that choice as kind of your worst and weakest self. The way that you might use a slot machine, for too long, or eat a whole bowl of candy in one sitting. And if we create spaces online where people can choose as their best selves how to invest their attention, they can choose to read something that they think is worth investing time with, that's going to make their life better. They can choose to spend time with somebody that they trust, that they have a lasting relationship with. If they can choose to read things that might be, might feel like homework sometimes, but might be worth it if you get through it. If you give people places where they can invest their time and attention and get a real reward from it, that can also kind of change the landscape in a very positive way.
Safiya.
I have 5 quick points. I think I want to come back to Maria's call for regulation and laws. And I think for people who don't understand what role law has in your life or in your community, for some of us, for example, I will tell you, my own father went to a segregated school that was massively under-resourced because he went to school pre-Civil Rights Act. That law made a huge difference in the quality of life for his children and the generations. And of course, that law cannot be taken for granted in the attempts to roll it back. So we cannot underestimate how important laws and regulations are. I think it takes us out of the realm of being vulnerable to the whims of people's not well thought out value systems that they may impose indeed upon other people in incredibly oppressive, restrictive ways. So laws are very important because they're protection. We don't have a strong consumer protection model in the United States yet, and I think this is something we need to continue to build on. Obviously, we feel hopeful about Chair Khan at the Federal Trade Commission, but we cannot underestimate the role of the Federal Trade Commission in protecting consumers in the United States, in breaking up monopolies. We cannot, I can't underscore enough, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, all of these agencies that could play a very important role in things like breaking up monopolies, stopping algorithmic racist discrimination through predictive analytics in particular. Predictive analytics, I think, are probably one of the most important underlying physics or logics, if you will, of the internet in terms of predicting our ability to be susceptible to different types of advertising, or again, a word that gets flattened into content. But we should tease out content because it can also be propaganda. And of course, not being able to own every layer of the stack. I think this is another very incredibly important place where we need to focus in terms of technology reform. You should not be able to own the software layer and the hardware and the infrastructure, the pipes. This is untenable as a true opportunity cost for other kinds of entrants. When there are fines to the companies for their abuses, and of course, the more laws we have on the books where we can document and hold companies to account around their abuses, those fines should be put back into public restoration. Right now, we do not have any digital civil rights framework. I spend every day of my life anymore working on this because without case law and without legislation, if you are a person like Maria and many others, especially journalists, especially women journalists around the world who are targeted, if you are harmed by non-consensual pornography or revenge porn or any host of disproportionately damaging things that we know happen to women and communities of color. We have Amnesty International, we have many studies showing us over and over again, Cyber Civil Rights Initiative, about the harms. We need to have recourse. Right now, if you lose your job or your community is harmed or your neighborhood is gentrified, you have no legal recourse. It's just like, oh, that's sad for you. And that is unacceptable. We should not accept those kinds of terms. So the fines and the fees that must be levied against the tech sector need to go back into repair in a meaningful way. And I think this is a huge, again, solution space. I can tell you that Black women in particular in this space around critiquing the harms, because we have seen the harms come to our communities long before movies were made on Netflix and people dawned upon them after Donald Trump was elected. Many of us have been doing this work, women of color have been doing this work for a very long time, not funded, not supported, and we are in fact the people who are most likely to be harmed by these different kinds of laissez-faire approaches.
Thank you. I know Maria wanted to jump in quickly, and then get ready for your questions here in the room. I'm going to assemble a couple. Maria, over to you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to quickly react. It's journalists, news organizations feel like let me put it this way. News organizations have lost their powers. Content creation is completely at the whim of algorithmic distribution and of the model of the internet, the surveillance capitalism business model. So, for example, Peter, you quoted trust in media at 32%. This isn't media's fault, not all, right? Part of the problem is because the incentive structure, and picking up from the other things that were said, is the incentive structure rewards the crap. Sorry, it does not reward the amount of money you put into investigative journalism, or like in the case of CNN, it used to have 31 bureaus. It's not rewarded for anything like that. That's real money. Or in the case of, say, Substack, where we can take one person, which isn't the entire process of a news organization, because to be objective, that goal, you need the process, right? Well, the atomization of meaning means the atomization of news, which means, let me connect it to why the trust rating is so low. News organizations and journalists have been the target of disinformation campaigns, as well as the kind of incendiary moral outrage that the political, that in the US, that your Republicans and your Democrats do to each other. Well, they use the news groups and they attack the news groups on both ends. We're being attacked on all fronts, right? That's one. And the platforms, let me remind you that, for example, in video, Facebook said that their numbers in video were inflated up to 90%. And yet news organizations downgraded editorial staff in order to bring in video that wasn't actually going to bring quality news. So quality news is under attack. The second part is we need to protect quality news. It isn't just in the form and the form of it, it is in the funding of it. As Safiya is calling for funding of the most vulnerable sectors that have been harmed, well, news people globally, and this is like from 15 years, the attacks against journalists have been increasing while the support has been decreasing. The very same platforms have sucked the advertising revenues because, frankly, surveillance capitalism works better. You can micro-target. So, right. But what does that do to society, right? Should it be declared illegal? Shoshana Zuboff compares this business model of micro-targeting to the slave trade and says it should be outlawed. Last thing I'll say in this is that, I think somehow we think people have a choice. When you're on the social media platforms, I'll remind you that, Cathy O'Neill in Weapons of Mass Destruction called algorithms opinions in code. So it's like giving one editor, and if the editor is a bad editor or an editor who doesn't understand marginalization, that is multiplied 1 million times because then machines carry it out. Opinion in code, right? And that harm goes all the way. People don't necessarily have a choice. Our biology has been bypassed to create this new dystopian world we live in. And that's the impunity that needs to stop.
Thank you, Maria. Over to people in the room. There are team members with microphones that can just find some people. I'm going to collect questions because we don't have that much time. We started a little bit late. So please ask a compact question. I'll take a list and then we go back to the panel. Go for it.
Yeah, so I work on AverPoint. It's a media literacy app. We try to gamify information consumption. so on the demand side. So question, I guess for Chris, but really for anyone, how do you think about, Substack's done an amazing job shifting from ads to subscription, but how do you think about independent creators each having 1,000 subscribers, but turning the world into 7 million individual realities? How do you keep a common reality as the creator economy is empowering individual creators?
Thank you.
How do you keep a common reality as you empower individual people to have opinions and write things? I'm not sure. I'm gonna say something incendiary. I don't know that a common reality is necessarily always the right goal. Something that I've seen a number of times in my lifetime is the effect of a news media or of a sort of like society coalescing around a narrative, around a shared reality and an understanding of the world that turned out to be wrong. And that's actually, I think, the larger danger. I think it's a larger danger that if you create too effective of a mechanism for creating and enforcing a shared reality, that you don't have the error correcting mechanism of having people who are able to critique that, who are able to like, you know, bring up things that counteract the prevailing narrative. And when you create that dynamic where you have, there's one shared reality that we all agree in and we all must abide by, that can create more dangerous problems than the kind of fractious debate and discourse that might be better, in my estimation.
Right. Thank you. For the panelists, please hold off.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's no problem, but I see lots of hands and I want to make sure that we get to them. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amelie. I'm a student in the cyber policy program, and I also work for the Digital Civil Society Lab. And I have a question around the right to freedom of assembly and association, which is not talked about as much as expression and disinformation, and especially as we're seeing digital and physical worlds collide. Looking at technology, mass surveillance technology, facial recognition technology, and how you think about legislating those, that governments might not have such a strong interest in regulating to the extent that they're interested in regulating big platforms.
Thank you. Some more questions here. Yeah.
Hello, thank you. Sebastian Ray from the Danish Tech Ambassador's Office. I was born in 1987, and in 1987 the Fairness Doctrine was repealed in America. Barack Obama alluded to this in his speech. Obviously, that was trying to solve one of the problems of the 20th century media ecosystem, which was to present, quote-unquote, both sides of an issue, and to separate, basically, news from opinion. Now, after the repeal of that, we've seen the rise of opinion news, so to speak. And so obviously having some of those guardrails back would be a good idea, but how would you think about reinstating some version of the fairness doctrine in the 21st century that would be applicable to the current media ecosystem and not the one we had in the 20th century?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Scott. I work in trust and safety at a tech company locally. So I just have a quick question just to keep it slightly compact. And I guess the reason for my question is more of a question of, are we restoring democracy or are we creating something new? I guess a challenge I would put to the panelists is, when is the golden age? What are we restoring? Was there ever a golden age when democracy was, quote unquote, working? Is it grabbing bits and pieces from periods that we liked? What are the biases inherent in that? And where might we go wrong? Excuse me. I might point just at a few examples here, just where disinformation was used to start the Spanish-American War, just looking at the US context. Spanish-American War, Vietnam War, Iraq War. I do worry that perhaps these are not new problems, but we're trying to have just one industry solve them. Thanks.
All right. I think those are our three big questions. Who wants to start? Is there an appetite for regulation at all? Maria, do you want to start? Yeah, you can pick up any question that you want to address.
Okay, I'll quickly answer. So like, I think of the internet today, the way the tech platforms have done it. Think about it like this, like the Matrix, with people as the human batteries, but that all those people in those pods are actually doing their own Truman shows, right? Matrix meets the Truman Show. And so in that sense, on the question of do we need a shared reality, absolutely, I do agree. I think we need a shared reality because I've seen what happens in countries like mine where the reality is splintered. Because the other thing the platforms do is it polarizes using that friends of friends algorithm that allows fast growth of it. Well, it splinters and radicalizes. So yes, I just, on the question about regulations, right, on technology that we don't know yet, absolutely, do not test them on the public, right? If you have a new drug, you actually have to have clinical trials, test them first. Why should they not be forced to test first on a smaller group before unleashing it? Because as we've seen, this is not, so there are two things that are happening to humanity. We're getting like a DDoS attacks on our brains, and we don't have a better business bureau to stop that. And then what that does is it suppresses, this is the same thing Russia has done, suppresses the meta-narratives it doesn't like, and then replaces it with another meta-narrative that recreates reality. Okay, so I think, test it, but don't test it in the public. And that's a regulation thing as well, so that you understand its impact before. Why should the tech platforms get a free pass when drug agencies don't, right? The third on what's happened in the past, I think I look at this as we can compare it to the age of industrialization, when the commodity then was human labor. And it was exploited by the people who had power and money. And laws were put in place, and many of the robber barons, what we called robber barons, then threw money right back into the system they almost destroyed. We are destroying a global system, right? So I think take responsibility for that, and then we can actually begin to put I would love to hear, I hope Nicole is right, but the 10 things could be done immediately. We can certainly see some quick ones. Last, the golden age. Every age has its challenges. I was here for the 1986 People Power Revolt, which then, sparked all these people power movements all around the world, Korea, the Velvet Revolution, and I covered this stuff. But the thing is that each challenge, we thought that democracy was an upward, was unstoppable. Actually, in Stanford, you have some of this the research that has done that. But here's the reality. This one, the one that's created by where you're sitting, what Silicon Valley has done, and now China, but this one is existential for humanity because it isn't just, I became a journalist because information is power. When information is wrong, or when the tech platform that delivers the news is biased against facts, or they don't distinguish, it's like introducing a virus and then everyone getting infected by it. I'll leave it at that. Sorry, there's so much more, right? But we need to look at the tech.
All right, thanks, Maria. Who wants to go next?
I want to jump in because I really appreciate this conversation about a shared reality, and I think there can be multiple shared realities simultaneously. Even in this convening today, I've been able to have eye contact with several people who I'm using my superpowers not to look at right now, because we might be having a different meta version and experience of today. So, there are the ways in which we conceive of what are we talking about when we talk about reality or non-reality. For me, these things are like, they're too esoteric in this kind of environment, the way we're having these conversations. What we're talking about is, to me, especially Maria, when I hear, the things that you're talking about and that you're experiencing, the things I heard Rashad talk about on this morning's panel, the things the president talked about, we're talking about, do people want to double down on the promise or the possibility of democracy fully expressed for everyone, where everyone is afforded the kind of basic tenets that we think of when we think of democracy, like a high quality of life, a high standard of living, community, resources, and so forth. And of course, we are still in the experiment in the United States of extending these alleged promises beyond our own borders. And in fact, many of the things and the affordances that we experience have come at the cost or the expense of other people, other nations around the world. There's no denying that. In fact, in our own country, the largesse and the wealth that has been built on the backs of enslaved labor and occupied lands. So when we talk about things like what is democracy, what is the golden age of democracy, some communities are still trying to experience this alleged promise of democracy. So I don't think there is a golden age, I guess. It's more like, what is the possibility for what's possible for more people? And that is up against other competing value systems like right-wing authoritarianism, rising up of a white ethno-state, implementing apartheid-like laws and legislation in this country. So let us not be in here, waxing poetic on things like, realities or unrealities, because those are the kinds of stakes that we are talking about when we're talking about an environment of disinformation. Disinformation disserves us also, because if we're talking about, do we want to live in a society where we can openly call for the murder of elected officials in front of the Capitol? Do we want to live in a society where Black people cannot vote? Do we want to live in a society that incarcerates more of its residents than any other country in the world? These are the real questions to me that are at the heart of what is disinformation. What is, I cannot be in the conversation if the terms of it are not based in reality. And for me, these are the kinds of realities that I'm looking at. So of course, things like even the First Amendment, and Marietje, I love that you really remind us that the First Amendment is not a global concept by any means, and yet it is so foundational to the way that so many of the tech companies operate. So that right on the face of it, we're out of the gate on the wrong foot. The other part of the First Amendment, to the first question that was asked, is freedom of assembly. And one of the things that we know from the brilliant work of people like Marianne Franks, a constitutional law professor, and her recent book, The Cult of the Constitution, is that speech, absolute speech at all costs, is also impediment to people's ability to assemble. So there's actually a relationship and a balance between speech and assembly. And we need to actually, if we want to go down the First Amendment path, we actually have to contend with these complexities. And when we don't understand, Americans don't understand why the Europeans are regulating, well, part of it is that regulation is in relationship to concepts of how the world should be organized that Europe is also responding to, as are other countries. So, I think, of course, the fairness doctrine, I mean, that's a really interesting question. I wish we had more time, because even the guts of that are about the pervasive exclusion of voices in this country who were not able to have access to the radio waves, to the airwaves, to newspapers, and how would we remedy that? I find it just completely fascinating that at the moment in American history where we have the most expansive conception of democracy, which is on the heels of the civil rights and Black power and brown power movements, where we have maximal opportunity for voters to participate in electoral politics. We have an impulse to support things like affirmative action, where we open up positions of power and decision-making to women, to people of color who have been systematically excluded for hundreds of years. That is also the moment that we decide that computers can make better decisions than human beings, and we reconstitute power into a small hand, a small group of people who emanate from this part of the world. So these are the kinds of things that I think are really crucial to keep at the forefront. Otherwise, we keep coming to disinformation conferences, and we're talking about, like, should people get to believe in disinformation or not? Should people get to be influenced by propaganda if they want to? Isn't this just that people want to protect their way of life? Well, we want to remember that the last president of the United States, the way of life that he wanted to hearken back to was a way of life that would have had Rashad and I and my husband and a few other people here not even be able to be in this room, not be able to speak, not be able to participate. So I punctuate these things because we have to have more honest conversations in these spaces, because people like Maria are facing life in prison. People are seeing themselves being systematically disenfranchised, and we are rolling back rights that we absolutely should not be taking for granted.
Thank you, Safiya. Chris and Peter, some last thoughts.
I have a brief thought. I mean, I agree that there's no golden golden age. If anything, the last 5 years have revealed is the exploding the myth that America is a, co-equal place with rights and justice for all. That never existed. But if you go back to 2011 and look at studies on this, rates of anxiety and depression and suicide have gone up. Partisanship gone up. Belief in conspiracy theories gone up. And so in a radical way, like not just like straight up. And this is, perhaps correlated, but I believe absolutely caused by social media feeds and the explosion of smartphones. And therefore, it is incumbent upon the creators of those products and those platforms to make intentional decisions to fix how people use them and try to figure out why people are behaving this way. January 6th would not have happened without social media. January 6th would not have happened without an accumulation of years of conspiracy theories being allowed to flourish on open feeds driven by algorithms. We saw how Q was, extremely dangerous for several years, but was also starved out in the end because various internet service providers decided to kick any platform off their service if they hosted these people. And so, again, we at Snapchat have made certain decisions and had certain values that, there's a reason we don't get hauled up before Congress to testify, and I think that the president was absolutely right that these big platforms can make decisions to change and fix these problems. And I don't think, like it or not, I mean, people are still going to use the platforms even if tweaks are made. When Twitter said we're going to have 280 characters instead of 140, everyone said, I'm leaving. And guess what? They stayed. People will continue to use these platforms for better or worse. And I think the owners of those platforms and decision makers need to be braver in terms of making decisions about all of these things.
Thank you. Chris, any thoughts?
I'll agree with you on one thing. There's no golden age, and there's no going back, only forward.
All right, well, thanks for that. I just wanted to close with a couple of thoughts, and then we have a break, and then we have a next panel, which is also very exciting. So coming back to one of the key points that Maria made is information is power. And I think it's remarkable that at a conference like this one today, where we look at the role of the information ecosystem, tech companies in it, we talk so much about democracy. A couple of years ago, that would not have been the case. And I think it underlines the sense of urgency, the high stakes, and the very delicate, problematic point that we've reached, where I think it's important that each of us, whether we're engineers at tech firms or whether we are just students still figuring out what we want to do with our lives, feel a sense of agency. And that is what I hope you will all take away, that as citizens, you are empowered to create a society that you wish. And I think and that comes back to the question that was asked on this side of the room, that is the promise of democracy, which should not be lost. And we are speaking about it at a moment where democracy is in decline, in steady decline worldwide. And that is very troubling, because the further it declines, the harder it becomes to improve the rights for more people through that promise of democracy, where indeed, there could be progress and there can be expansion of rights and expansion of liberties, which I think we should all aspire to. And when we think about the role of regulation, I think it's often helpful to think about how can we preserve those principles instead of asking ourselves, how do we regulate technology? Because when we start with the question of how do we regulate technology, we could think of one specific setting, one specific service, one specific product, which can easily take us off focus, right? Whereas when we ask ourselves, how do we make sure that people are not discriminated against, no matter what new service or product is in our view, that we have a very different thought process. And I hope a thought process that is more empowering, because we do not have to accept the status quo. I think that that is something that President Obama made very clear. I think it's what students here know very well, because they're constantly tweaking the status quo by designing new services and studying how they can operate new technologies. And so I hope that that sort of agency that we all have does not get bogged down by addictive algorithms or by intransparency in the use of data, but that we can come to the needed countervailing powers to that power of information that Maria talked about. And in order to have a contrast of what a rules-based democratic approach looks like, we will have the next panel. We have seen in the person of Maria the kind of repression she unfortunately has to live under. And I think that that's the sort of worst case scenarios that we have to steer away from. So with that, I would like to really thank the panelists, as well as the team behind the scenes that's making everything so seamless. Stretch your legs, get a coffee, and then be back here in 10, 15 minutes.
there's a zillion people standing there and there were no staffers.
Okay. We're going to get started with the final session, if you could all take your seats. And I would like to invite all of the panelists who are in the building to please come up to the front stage while I introduce them. First, it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague, who is more responsible than anybody else at Stanford University anyway for organizing this conference, Eileen Donahoe, who will moderate this session. As most of you know, Eileen is Executive Director of the Global Digital Policy Incubator, which is part of the Cyber Policy Center, which is part of the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies, which is part of Stanford University, which is part of the vital fabric of American democracy. Her current areas of research include AI and human rights, combating digital disinformation, and governance of digital platforms, on which she has become a leading public voice. During the Obama administration, she served as the United States ambassador to the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva. Our panelists are as follows: Anne-Marie Engtoft Larsen. Ambassador Larsen is Denmark's tech ambassador, representing the Danish government to the global tech industry. It says a lot that there is an ambassador from Denmark to the Silicon Valley and more broadly the tech world. She and her team have a global mandate and a physical presence in Silicon Valley, Copenhagen, and Beijing. Is the latter still true?
We'll talk about that later.
Okay. Prior to her appointment, she led the World Economic Forum's work on the Fourth Industrial Revolution and global public goods. Ben Rhodes is a widely known and admired writer, political commentator, and national security analyst who served as President Obama's Deputy National Security Advisor for the entirety of his administration, 2009 to 17. He's a contributor for NBC News and MSNBC, co-host of the best-named podcast in the world, Pod Save the World, a senior advisor to former President Obama, and chair of National Security Action, as well as author of two extraordinary best-selling books, After the Fall, Being American in the World We've Made, and The World as It Is, a memoir of the Obama White House. Halimah Delaine Prado is general counsel at Google, where she leads the company's legal team and advises on some of the most complex and important legal issues of the digital age. Prior to that, she was the vice president at Google, managing the company's products and agreements legal team. She has been at Google since 2006. Peter Pomerantsev is going to be coming to us online. I don't know if he's in Washington or Baltimore or London or Ukraine?
Just got back from Ukraine.
Where, in fact, he was born. He is a senior fellow at the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins University. He was, before that, a senior fellow at the London School of Economics and Political Science, where he was director of the ARENA Initiative, a research project dedicated to overcoming the challenges of digital era disinformation. His two books, widely known, are Nothing is True, Everything is Possible, and This is Not Propaganda, both of which have been widely decorated. And finally, my longtime friend, Shanthi Kalathil, served until recently on President Biden's National Security Council as coordinator for democracy and human rights, playing a leading role in organizing last December's Summit for Democracy. She was previously the senior director of the International Forum for Democratic Studies at the National Endowment for Democracy. Okay, where Eileen is on the board, by the way.
Okay, so thank you, Larry. Very happy this day is here and we are getting toward the end. So in this closing panel, our job is to kind of open the aperture and to look beyond the dysfunctions within our own democracies and turn our attention to the threat posed by digital authoritarianism. So to set the stage, what do we mean by digital authoritarianism? It's essentially a turbocharged form of authoritarian governance that's been made possible by the combination of digitization of everything, connectedness of everything, and instantaneous transborder reach. It's a multidimensional phenomenon that continues to evolve as authoritarian governments find creative ways to capitalize on data and digital tools to solidify state control at home and to exploit vulnerabilities within democratic societies. There are many different manifestations, but in its most comprehensive form, digital authoritarianism should be recognized as a competing model of governance, an entire techno-social system that promises security and control for the state as opposed to liberty and security for individuals. This model is spreading around the world on multiple levels. It starts with development of repressive apps by authoritarians at home, which are then exported and normalized abroad. In particular, AI-enabled tools have enhanced all pre-existing forms of surveillance and censorship and provided a previously unimaginable level of state control over the information realm, plus social engineering capacities to shape citizens' motivations and behaviors. This model is expanding into the developing world as more technologically advanced states build and maintain digital public infrastructure already embedded with repressive capacities, which gives the more powerful exporting states leverage over the weaker states for decades to come, as well as new sources of data. There's also a thriving marketplace for spyware and hacking tools that authoritarians buy and use to track and monitor journalists, dissidents, and lawyers and others. We saw this in the case of the brutal murder of Jamal Khashoggi when Saudi Arabia actually used the NSO Pegasus spyware. And as we all know way too well, authoritarians engage in cross-border attacks against democracies via information operations, ransomware, other kinds of malware, and cybercrimes against private entities and public agencies. And all of this malign activity is aimed at eroding confidence in democracy itself and eroding confidence in the ability to protect citizen privacy, protect proprietary data, civilian infrastructure, and obviously, last but not least, the integrity of our elections. I will also mention this model is being spread at a normative and narrative level through coercive cybersecurity laws, which are first promulgated at home and then replicated around the world. It's being spread through aggressive diplomacy in multilateral arenas and international tech standard-setting bodies, where cyber norms and interoperability protocols for the future are developed. And last but not least, our topic, which is propaganda. And it's propaganda about the comparative weakness of democracy, which has become a very prominent feature of the digital authoritarian playbook. The bottom line, without much more proactive responses by democracies, digital authoritarianism could become the dominant form of governance in 21st century digital societies. So in this conversation, we're going to delve more deeply into two of the most troubling variants of digital authoritarianism, China's version and Russia's version. I will note that in my very first conversation about this event with President Obama about a year ago, I mentioned a book I was reading at the time entitled 2034. And it was written by former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Admiral James Stavridis. It's a fictional account about World War III in the context of an imagined Chinese invasion of Taiwan. The war breaks out due to tragic miscalculation and over-reliance on cyber capacities by both the US and Chinese militaries. But in a case of life being stranger than fiction, here we are today confronted by a real war started by Russia in Ukraine. So we are going to start there and use the prism of Russia's invasion in Ukraine to understand Russia's approach. And then we'll look at China's model of digital authoritarianism. After that, we're going to turn to solutions so we just don't get stuck admiring the problem. And then we will turn to all of you after, roughly an hour of conversation, maybe 45 minutes. We'll turn to all of you for questions and comments. So, round one, we're going to talk about Russia and Ukraine. And we're going to start with Peter, who, as Larry somewhat mentioned, is truly one of the world's leading experts on Russian disinformation, propaganda, and especially Putin's peculiar brand of non-reality. I will say, Peter, I vividly remember reading your book, Nothing is True, Everything is Possible, and it was right after the 2016 election in the United States. I have never felt so naive and American in my life as when I read that book. Here we are 5 years later, watching Russian propaganda play out in the context of war in Ukraine. I will just note, it's been stunning to really observe the level of Putin's reliance on propaganda, but also surprising and uplifting to see how ineffectual he has been, relatively speaking, at least in terms of controlling the global narrative about the war. So just to start us off, can you describe the different narratives and methods that Putin has used for the different audiences inside Russia, inside Ukraine, in the West, to try to manipulate public understanding of the war? And the key question being, has Putin burst his own bubble, his own disinformation bubble, by sort of overplaying his hand and making his disinformation so visible to the outside world?
So, Eileen, thank you for your kind words. And you're quite right. I mean, compared to 2014 and the invasion of Crimea, where Putin could mitigate some of the sort of reactions from the West by really finding, boutique messages for different audiences down to quite specific ones online, in order to really dampen the effects of what he was doing. This time, apart from a few holdouts like Hungary and maybe Bulgaria to a certain extent, most of the EU and America are united in outrage. That isn't, by the way, true for the Middle East. That isn't true for Latin America. That isn't true for large parts of South Asia, where Russian propaganda is going strong. For many reasons, not least because its media do very well there. But when we think about Putin's propaganda, it's not just a series of techniques. It's kind of a communications theory, which is also a sort of ideology. And I think it's worth pausing on one idea that is key for it, which is the idea of information war. When Russia and the Kremlin and Putin talk about information war, they're not just talking about a series of techniques involving troll farms and manipulative state media and so on and so forth. They're really talking about a vision of the world, and it's built on a revisionist idea of history. Since the 1990s, a whole kind of cohort of Russian academics have been rewriting the end of the Cold War, saying Russia didn't lose because of bad political ideas or bad economics, but that it lost because of information war from the West. Information viruses like human rights or freedom of expression or humanitarian principles were planted like weapons inside of the Russian psychosphere, is what they call it, and helped to destroy the Soviet Union. And basically, it's a vision of the world that's deeply manipulative. Every time something happens in the world, usually something pro-democratic, the Arab Spring or the Maidan in Ukraine, or criticism of Vladimir Putin's rule, that's all not genuine values or evidence. That's all information war from the West. It's a conspiratorial worldview. It's deeply cynical. And, in the current war, that sort of narrative trope that pseudo-ideology is invoked all the time. Domestically in Russia, Russia is surrounded by evil conspiracies, and in the language of Putin's propaganda, has no choice but to do what it's doing. It's kind of a pseudo-ideology that excuses all types of behavior and explains the world. And in his actions, Putin is saying something else as well. He's also setting out to state that in the world, there are no real values anymore. That's the underlying message, that all democratic discourse is actually manipulation, and that all the norms, the humanitarian norms, the human rights norms, the delusion of a liberal order, that's paper thin, and he can burst that. It's his mission to show that the world is senseless. And in that sense, I don't know if he's losing, by the way. He hasn't lost in Ukraine as we speak. He is committing atrocity after atrocity after atrocity. And while I'm very glad to see the reaction from the West, this is the reaction that we should have had in 2014, where fighting the 2022 war by the rules of 2014, we haven't caught up with the vastness of his intent at all. We're still very much playing catch up. So his greater mission to show that democratic discourse is a fib, and to show that all the kind of values with which we comfort ourselves with are delusions, that larger message, and that's a narrative that he's trying to express about the world. Well, I don't know if he's lost that one yet, so I wouldn't be too comfortable in our feasting on his lack of success.
Two quick follow-ups. I'm curious if the Russian public basically sees it the way Putin wants them to, which is that all democratic discourse is manipulation, and that they themselves are in a war with the West. But the other thing that I want to ask you about is if you could comment on the rhetorical approach taken by President Zelensky, and how and why his approach has been comparatively effective in shaping global narratives, galvanizing support for Ukraine, and solidifying a picture of Russia as a threat to the world. Tell us something about that approach, and why is it working?
So I was with President Zelensky on Tuesday evening, interviewing him exactly about this. And what strikes you very much when you talk to him is that he's this sort of like engine of empathy. He's I won't get into the details of where it comes from. It actually comes from a very specific idea of acting, which is popular in Eastern Europe. But he's always looking for sort of like this emotional truth. He's always sort of looking you in the eye, trying to find this emotional contact. It's a very, very genuine attempt. It's not performative. It's really an idea of acting where acting is meant to get you to emotional truths. He's very much from that tradition. Which is, I think, is a very genuine and moving tradition. So he's genuinely like that, and he transmits that into his communication strategy. He will stay up at night reading up about every country that he's about to give a talk to, and finding the points of contact, finding the points of empathy. You see that, you hear that in his speeches very transparently. He'll talk to England and talk about the Blitz, and compare Ukraine's experience to the Blitz. And then what's really remarkable about him is that he, when he talks about the atrocities being committed in Ukraine, and he'll go almost sort of social class by social class, by demographic by demographic, and you can see he really imagines their murders, and he lives it, and it's deep, and that's incredible. And I actually wonder whether there's a whole theory of communication to be built out of that, built around not around this horrible message, this horrible language you use around narratives and messaging, which is a whole collection of language which I think we really need to get rid of. It's been completely polluted by PR, but genuine engagement and genuine empathy. And I think he does that. The problem is that's not going to be enough. He will have to move from engagement and empathy to finding mutual interests if Ukraine is going to sustain itself. And that does mean starting to think about another one of these terrible cliched terms that gets bandied about in Washington, where I am this morning, the new security architecture. But I think that's something that they're going to have to start thinking about in a very strategic way. And I hear some of Stanford's finest are helping them. So I'm glad that Mike McFaul's on the case.
Okay, so let me try to bring Ben in here. You were in the White House as Deputy National Security Advisor during the 2016 presidential election, and you watched that episode unfold in slow motion before our eyes. I don't want you to necessarily go back to that moment, but I wanted to ask you to share your observations about what the United States national security community has learned since that episode. And in particular, as you've watched them use the tactic of previewing intelligence about Russian plans, troop movements, and strength, have you been surprised at how effective it has been just to sort of tell the truth about facts on the ground?
Yeah, well, there's a lot there. I mean, I'd say a few things. I think it's important to just reinforce kind of what the Russian tactics were. And I mentioned this to you, Eileen, but to me, the Russian information war, and that's the right term, really kicked into gear in 2014, around the time of the annexation of Crimea and the invasion of eastern Ukraine. And it's when we started to see a Russian strategy of really trying to flood the zone, just to take Europe and the US as the focal point of this, flood Europe and the United States with different narratives. So something would happen, right? The shoot down of MH17, the civilian airliner over eastern Ukraine, clearly the responsibility of Russia and the separatists it was backing. But Russia would put out multiple different narratives. You know, the Ukrainians shot down the plane crashed, the United States shot down the plane. It didn't matter that they were literally contradicting themselves. It was about kind of what President Obama talked about earlier today, just seeding doubt, nothing is true, there's no objective reality. And meanwhile, the investigation that the Dutch were doing was literally piecing together that plane so that, 2 years later they could announce what happened. That was too late, right? And the same thing happened in the context of our election, where they're just flooding US social media profiles, not just with hacked emails, but with different narratives that they're seeing already getting traction in the United States, right? So there's some narratives about Hillary Clinton's health. Let's come on behind that. And there's some narratives about corruption. Let's time the release of emails with invented stories. We all know we all live that, but essentially they're figuring out how to manipulate algorithms. They're figuring out how to get the content that they want in front of other people to just sow doubt, division, nothing is true, to focus on who their adversary is. So the national security community, I think this was a hard thing for people to understand even at the time, has tools to do certain things like try to protect infrastructure against Russian hacking, right? That's something that there are people in the government, it's their job to do that. Trying to combat Russian disinformation campaigns and information warfare on an open internet, there was literally not any legal or technical capacity for national security officials to combat that. When you fast forward to today, I think the lessons that they've learned that I think are really good ones are on the revelation of Russian information campaigns. So I remember in the context of Ukraine in 2014 and 15, it used to drive me insane as someone who had a communications responsibility. I'd want to immediately declassify imagery of Russian weapons and personnel flowing in eastern Ukraine, because the Russians were claiming this is all an indigenous uprising of people who just wanted to be out from under the boot of Ukrainian Nazis and all the narratives we still hear today. And it would take like 2 or 3 days to declassify imagery that frankly was commercially available anyway. Like the US intelligence community had an overwhelming bias against sharing, and we chipped away at that. Clearly this time what they did right is there was an instantaneous declassification process. In service, they decided that there was a policy interest in the release of information that overrode any interest in concealing that information, and I think that's the right choice. I do think, I want to foot stomp something Peter said, like you can, just because it worked in kind of Washington and the United States, in China, in India, in parts of the global south, I'm not sure. I think Putin has done a lot of work for many years to make it seem like the US intelligence community is not a trustworthy voice. And so I still think there's more work to be done there. There's still one big gap though, right? Which is these get framed as national security conversations because we're talking about a foreign adversary. But it's not really a national security solution in the sense that I think there'd be a lot of discomfort in our country if the National Security Council at the White House and the kind of securitized U.S. intelligence community and the kind of securitized agencies of the U.S. government are the ones who are suddenly trying to make determinations about what's on your social media feeds, right? And this is a bigger problem at essentially how do you deal with toxins that are emanating from a place like Russia, or it could foreshadow our conversation about China, that are not the traditional weapons that the national security community is built to defend against. You know, military, conventional militaries, nuclear arsenals, even cyber weapons, these are things that, you know, we've built a national security state to deal with. Your social media feed is not something that the national security community was built to deal with, and frankly, we'd have to change a lot of laws and probably become more like the digital authoritarians to start to deal with that. And so I think one of the challenges is, and I've even found this in, and I'm curious what your experience was, but in just in the context of coming into this administration after the January 6th insurrection, what court is that ball in? Because if it's in the national security court, the deep state court, then it's more easily demagogued. And so I think there's a discomfort among national security officials to be the ones to deal with certain forms of domestic extremism. But there's not another natural home base where there's the similar resourcing that is in the national security community to understand particularly foreign directed information campaigns. So I think it's still a gap. They've solved the declassification issue and the understanding that there's an information war going on, but there's not an available solution yet in terms of how open platforms can be manipulated by foreign actors.
Yep. This goes to all the conversation earlier today about resilience and how we build it in the general public. Quick follow-up, there's another surprising dimension of the war in Ukraine, which is that the cyber aspects have not played out as a big factor in the ways we anticipated before the war. And rather than the Russian FSB, it's Ukrainian intelligence services hacking and doxing Russian troops and spies. There are activist hackers who've come to the defense of Ukraine. I'm curious if you could speculate, why has Russia not yet, I will add that word, been as aggressive in the cyber domain as anticipated? Is it actually that they've been more aggressive than we know and the Ukrainians have had better defenses? Is it that the Russians have calculated that it could spiral out of control against their interests? What do you think?
I mean, this I'd just be speculating. I think that there's probably a number of potential factors. One is in terms of broader cyber attacks that may extend beyond Ukraine. One of the things that was quite apparent is just an independent observer in the initial days of the war is that Putin didn't tell a lot of people what he was doing, what he's preparing to do. I mean, we have firsthand accounts from Russian troops who didn't know what they were being sent to do. It may have been that the circle wasn't expanded to encompass certain types of cyber attacks in advance of the war because that was a pretty tightly held piece of information Russian system. That's one aspect of this. I think a second aspect that people have to understand, I want to give credit. I mean, I think clearly the United States went to whatever the highest possible alert was in terms of hardening certain infrastructure against cyber attack. It's also the case that it can take a while for a cyber attack to evolve. And so, whatever unfolding effort may have commenced with the war in terms of getting into certain infrastructure, particularly beyond Ukraine, a cyber attack that commenced 2 months ago, we might not see that until 6 months from now. And so I think that we have to bear in mind that this may be a kind of a rolling series of escalatory cyber measures on Russia's behalf. I do also think that there are certain types of cyber attacks where Russia might expect offensive countermeasures from the United States if they come after us. And Putin may, again, have wanted to see if this war could go as quick and easily as I think he seemed to think it would go, before moving to a level of escalation with the United States that it might invite counterattacks. Inside of Ukraine itself, it's a harder thing to explain. Why this has been not a bigger feature of their tactical military components. It may just be, again, the massive miscalculation about the degree of resistance he would face. But I do think that in terms of cyber operations outside of Ukraine itself, unfortunately, we're likely to see more of that. And it's going to raise questions of escalatory response from the United States and potentially Europe.
Great. All right, Anne-Marie, I want to bring you in here to sort of get the view from Europe and try to understand some of the narratives and dynamics there. I will say, before the war, several EU diplomat friends of mine conveyed very, very deep confidence that Putin would not actually invade. And I remember this was at a moment where we were all listening to messaging coming out of the White House, and I was thinking, the U.S. intelligence would not be saying this if this was not real, and that they definitely knew something the Europeans did not seem to know or see through that lens. So the question for you is, how did Europe unify so quickly around a shared narrative and plan of action after the invasion, given that there were so many different types of EU ties to Russia, different levels of dependence on Russian oil, gas, wheat, whatever? How did that happen? How did that unity come so quickly?
Well, first of all, I think the easiest for me could be to sit up here today and say, look, I knew before, all the diplomats in Europe, we had the sense that this was happening, but waking up on the morning of February 24th really felt like the world had completely changed overnight. And even though there were thousands of troops on the border of Ukraine, and you could see the tanks, and it kept being the dominant sort of narrative that this is just an exercise, I think it's actually hard to fathom that the worldview that we've been having for 3 decades was about to be completely disrupted. I grew up and sort of came of age in the 1990s, and it was the end of history. It was the greater convergence. It was that we are all sort of going to live into this eternal democracy, and more people, individuals, and citizens around the world are going to share the same values. And as that vision, I think, over the past couple of years has started to play out not as intended, we're starting to see it actually being quite the opposite. Recognizing with that, sitting with that, realizing that, I think has been a huge sort of shaking of the very ground that Europe sits on, which is also why that despite many European differences, many at times challenging political aspects of governing in the Union, this has become a sort of a moment in time where all the grayness, all the place of nuance, of different opinions, of a little bit here and a little bit there has completely gone away. And this is a very sort of a stark moment in time where everything has become black and white overnight. Either you are on the right side of history or you are on the wrong side. Either so many civilian Europeans and Americans, they lost their lives during the 20th century fighting for fundamental freedoms, for freedom of assembly, for freedom of speech, for democracy, for the right to self-determination, for all the things that I think the majority of us in here grew up with, believing that was the sort of eternal future we were looking into. They are right now massively challenged, at stake, and I think that's why the sort of strong unity that we've been seeing both across Europe, and not only the EU, but across Europe, even with some of those European colleagues in countries that at times have had a little bit of a hard time wrestling with some of these concepts, and also in the transatlantic dimension. I mean, an organization like NATO, have we had this conversation a year ago, we could have maybe also discussed, other dusty aspects of NATO, what is the relevance in the 21st century. Now 2 new countries are potentially about to enter this alliance. It has been giving a purpose that is far beyond defense. It is also about democracy, it's about values, and it's about what we sort of hold dear, I think, in a transnational alliance. So that is right now, I think, hopefully, and this is the optimistic me and the hopeful me. I mean, I sat with my 2-month-old son on my lap on the morning of February 24th and sort of saw a world that I thought it would bring him into completely change. It becomes much more insecure. It becomes much more vulnerable, and I am, dreading a little bit for what future am I going to bring him into. But I think the positive and the hopefulness in this is to see that democracies are uniting on shared values in a way that we haven't seen for a long time.
All right, so turning point in history, and you mentioned maybe turning point in the Transatlantic Alliance. I just want to twist that a little to the issue of the long simmering tensions in the transatlantic context over digital policy, technology, et cetera. Is there any chance that this crisis can bring the US and the EU together over how we view technology and democracy?
Look, the previous panel discussed this question around freedom of speech. And yes, there are definitely differences on either side of the Atlantic on how we view some of these fundamental issues around this discussion around technology. But what the invasion of Ukraine has shown us is that technology, tech companies, the very reason why Denmark put a diplomatic mission in Silicon Valley is completely changing the geopolitical landscape. Right now, whether companies here in the Valley like it or not, they are becoming foreign and security political actors. They hold huge, huge impact over the sort of geopolitical play that we're witnessing. Denmark, and right now our Prime Minister has actually been visiting President Zelensky in Ukraine today, and yes, there has been ask for military support. What we also saw was the Ukrainian civil society actually came to Denmark under our Tech for Democracy initiative and asked if we could facilitate a conversation with the tech industry to discuss how to counter Russian disinformation, how to counter Russian propaganda targeted at Ukrainian civilians. We've seen how Google Maps, planets, satellite imagery has been used to not only see where's the convoy, but by people who are rallying in the street. We've been seeing very swift action on taking down Russia today, Sputnik, not only in Europe, I saw YouTube also do it globally. There's online crowdfunding. I think it's go buymeafighterjet.com. It's a website. I have friends who've been paying in cryptocurrency, money directly to the Ukrainian military. Not to mention, I think there's such a sway of all of this. We saw how Microsoft, I know they're delivering real-time information on cyber attacks, and I think they're actually quite more pessimistic on both the number of attacks and also the implications of those attacks that I still think we still have to sort of see the outcome of. All of this is to say that we are in a new situation where technology companies and how we govern them and how we regulate them, and more importantly, how we collaborate with them in this sort of hybrid governance model, because before regulation catches up to the challenges we're seeing, the war in Ukraine is long lost. Like, we need to be discussing how also to work with tech companies, and we believe we do that both through regulation, through a stronger role of government in this, but also through dialogue, by sharing what is transatlantic values. It's not only shared between governments, but I continue to believe, even despite, I think, all the right things that was said in here today on the role of tech platforms, they were born out here in Silicon Valley with the freedoms that are around science and truth and the ability to innovate, to make the world a better place, to believe that technology can do something good for the world. And if that is not a value that can unite tech companies with democratic governments in a time like the one that we're witnessing right now, I don't know what can do it.
All right, so yeah, I hope everybody raises their sights about what they can do to contribute to this situation. So Halimah, let's go right there. There's another aspect of the private sector here that I want to get into, which is the dilemmas faced by many Western tech companies operating in authoritarian contexts, particularly companies like Google, whose core function relates directly to access to information. Up until now, there's been a simple, relatively bright line rule that you follow the law in the land where you operate, and that has generally worked. But following the law seems to have become much more complex and controversial in recent days in authoritarian contexts, where sometimes the entire purpose of a law is to prohibit access to information. An obvious example is the recent Russia law criminalizing any reference to war in Ukraine or any narratives that are inconsistent with state-approved narratives. I will also mention the recent case last fall where Russia demanded that Google take down the Navalny election app in the App Store. So it wasn't content in the typical sense. It was just existing in the App Store, and failure to take it down would have led to arrest of employees. So explain a little bit of the thinking at Google and how you've been dealing with these threats as well as these dilemmas.
Sure. So it's, I think, around the globe, specifically even in Russia, we are constantly dealing with requests from governments to remove content, either pursuant to current local law or just by request. Now, our North Star has always been to operate the company to make information useful, helpful, accessible. And so when we are in region and are processing a request from a government to remove a particular law, our entire sort of focus or approach is to look at that scope and try to minimize it with the least amount of impact as possible to that North Star. So getting into a bit more specifics, say with Navalny. So back in sort of August 2021, requests came in to actually remove the Navalny app from the Play Store. And we looked at that content sort of based on the legal demands of the law of Russia. We balanced that against the reality of safety for people on the ground and tried to apply the narrowest compliance with the law. So in that instance, what we did was remove the app from the App Store, but look to where we could actually limit the amount of time that the app was actually down, limit it to the actual region in which the law applied. So not removing it sort of globally, removing it where actually Russian law was applicable, so to Russian users, and then actually providing transparency. Because above all, you cannot, in fact, commit to these actions without providing end users sort of the transparency about what we're doing. And so we actually put a notice in the App Store so that when Russian users went to the App Store, they could see why they weren't able to download that content. And when the elections ended, we brought that content back up. This is a tricky situation, right? Every situation is case specific, and so you have to sort of anchor to two principles. One, the company's principles of making that information available. Two, really trying to focus on the scope and minimize it or limit it where applicable. And three, be incredibly transparent. To that point, right, 10 years ago, my former colleague Nicole Wong was one of the people who actually spearheaded our sort of publication of a transparency report, where we actually made sort of publicly available, and we do so every year, all of the government requests to take down content. So end users can see per country, per service we offer, what content is removed for legal reasons. And so that's the balance that we deal with every day.
So including the why, the rationale, not just the fact.
We will actually provide the notice that we've received and then the actual removal itself. Exactly.
Okay, so there's another part of the war in Ukraine that's been very interesting, which is that it has sparked kind of much more proactive efforts on the part of the private sector to deal with propaganda, state media, disinformation via your own internal platform policies. So tell us a little bit about how Google, in the various sites and products, how you've used your own policies to combat disinformation about the war, and also say a little bit about the extent to which the context of war explains your willingness to exercise your powers more proactively compared to, let's say, the context of an election where there's also disinformation, or other contexts where there's harmful content, but it may be without violence.
Sure. So first, as it relates to the Ukraine, what we did is immediately when the war in Ukraine hit, we looked to, one, remove content that actually promoted sort of misinformation and disinformation. Anything that trivialized, denied, and or tried to monetize on those statements was immediately removed. We also looked towards the safety of the people in Ukraine. So this is from a cybersecurity standpoint. Our threat analysis team looked to what we could do to actually protect users and the government. We also worked in partnership with the Ukraine to put together air raid SOS alerts so that users on the ground had a place to go to for purposes of safety, understanding where they could go. And so really sort of leaning into our mission of being helpful. It was, one, providing authoritative information, removing that which was not authoritative and or harmful or wrong, and then three, actually providing the resources for end users at the end of the day. Now, I will say this, what's happening right now is tragic, and my heart goes out to absolutely everybody who is impacted by this. But to your question about whether or not we deal with this sort of heightened approach as opposed to sort of non-violent crises, we actually apply this approach to everything. So I'll compare this to how we showed up as it related to the pandemic. We applied these same principles of looking to content, making sure that we were actually one, surfacing sort of authoritative content as it related to COVID, removing sort of disinformation related to the pandemic, and then also making sure that anything that was false was not monetized on our platforms. And so really we sort of apply that approach crisis by crisis. What we need to do, though, is recognize with each crisis, our policies, our approaches are pushed in many ways. And so we actually have to take those learnings and apply them to the next, get better to the next. But fundamentally, that's how we attack it.
Because it seems quite different from the outside, that it is much more proactive.
Fair enough.
Yeah. All right, I want to turn to Shanthi and get a little bit of perspective on China's view of the war in Ukraine. Just days before the invasion, everybody knows Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin made a very splashy declaration at the Beijing Olympics, just intended to showcase their relationship and saying that it knows no limits. China has also helped prop up Putin's narratives about the war, even as Russian state media and disinformation has been cut off in many other places on some private platforms and in the EU very proactively. It seems like Xi Jinping's engaged in a very high-wire act here, though, because he's trying to simultaneously reinforce the traditional stance that China has about non-intervention and a very strong sense of sovereignty, and without distancing itself from Russia, at the same time propping up Russian propaganda. So what would you say Xi Jinping was trying to accomplish with that joint declaration before the invasion? What do you think his calculation is at this point? And do you think he regrets that show of support? Was it too much of an overstatement, or is he fine with that?
So thanks for that question, Eileen, and thank you to you and Larry for putting together such a great event and on really pressing questions. Before I get to that specific issue, let me just zoom back a little bit, because I think in order to understand the dynamic now, you have to go back several years to understand how it's evolved to this place. So, you know, I will say if you go back to even the late 80s, early 90s, the Chinese government was being very proactive in how it addressed issues like information and digital technology. It was already thinking, even as the internet itself had not yet really penetrated China, how it was going to proactively deal with it. And so starting even from those very early days when the internet first started to spread within China, the PRC government really was proactive in incorporating information and all digital aspects into its essentially its state apparatus, and there's a word for it, informatization, which means essentially the incorporation of information into all aspects of society, government, and essentially the whole functioning of society. And at that same time, the Russian government was also exploring ways that it could manage and control information, including the internet. It had its own nascent internet censorship mechanism at that time. And there started to be more and more collaboration and cooperation between those two countries around these issues. Over the years, this developed even more, and it spread beyond the sharing of, I would say, individual techniques to mutually complementary efforts to shape the global information architecture. So not just about the development of technology, the application of censorship mechanisms, but really how to shape the global information environment. And Eileen, I think this gets to your opening comments about the very definition of digital authoritarianism. The seeds of digital authoritarianism, as we know it now, I think came from that early period. So now you fast forward to today, and I think you're seeing the fruition of those two early visions coming together. And it has manifested itself, unfortunately, in the situation we're in now, which is, you know, an incredibly serious and intense conflict that is spread not just from the information space and the digital space, but really tangibly to the physical realm. And the cooperation and the ways in which I think the governments of the PRC and Russia have tried to establish cooperation, and the language in that joint declaration, I think is a way to see how they're looking to perhaps continue to collaborate in the information and digital realm in the future. So even though at the moment, as you alluded to, I think the PRC leadership is trying to walk a fine line. I think in that joint declaration, you really see the fundamentals of how that relationship has evolved and the ways that they envision the world will be in the future. And that's been pretty clear since the beginning, since the early days of their fleshing out of their respective visions. So if you go through that, they're actually using the language of democracy, but reshaping it and redefining it in ways that they think will work better for their authoritarian vision. So even though at the moment it may be somewhat of a delicate dance for the PRC government, as you alluded to, it's really, I think what you will see and what we're continuing to see is a convergence of that vision in this space, which really is it comes to fruition, that vision of digital authoritarianism that you alluded to at the beginning.
Okay, so I wasn't going to do this, but my understanding is we might have a guest in the room.
No, I was just listening.
Oh, you're just listening. Okay. Well, can we clap?
I learned something just from the brief time I was here. So thank you for all the panel participants, and I'm looking forward to all these younger people solving this problem now that I've thrown it out.
Before you go, I have to say one thing, which is I think it's fair to say we may never have had a president so disinclined to push people toward polarization, and you certainly demonstrated that in your speech today, but also, that too, but the other side is so gifted at using narrative to motivate people. That is a unique combination.
Keep in mind, she was one of my ambassadors, so. Remember we talked about credibility of sources? You have to discount a little bit of what she said.
Privilege of a lifetime. All right, so we're going to stay focused on the content, I promise. All right, so let's now we can all turn more directly to China itself as a very comprehensive model of digital authoritarianism. And I want to, staying on the global narrative front, which you've already started to touch upon in terms of the relationship with Russia, we've seen a real uptick in China pressing this global narrative about the comparative weakness of democracy and the superiority of China's model of control, especially in the digital context, and even trying to redefine the meaning and elements of democracy. So I know, before you went to the NSC, you worked at the National Endowment for Democracy, did a lot of work on Chinese sharp power and coercive transnational influence operations related to cyber norms, digital governance. Tell us, flesh out this whole thing of Chinese sharp power. What does that look like in practice?
Well, I think the way that my colleagues and I tried to flesh out that concept at the National Endowment for Democracy was really, it started from a position of looking at soft power, because at the time that we were thinking about these ideas, a lot of people were referring to what countries like China and Russia were doing as soft power. But you typically measure soft power in terms of, is this boosting a positive narrative of your country, right? That's what countries tend to use the information space for, to boost their soft power. They really want to see their poll numbers, let's say, go up, their favorability increase. And I think sharp power is really trying to get at a different aspect, which is it's actually trying to degrade aspects of narrative, aspects of conversation that are detrimental to a country's own image. And so it's about a deterioration and a degradation of democratic integrity rather than a boosting of favorable narrative. It also, unlike, I think, other types, you say coercive information operations, but I think sharp power is really distinguished by, in some ways, being invisible. And I think that I'll just say a lot of the conversation that has happened today, and it's been really informative and really, has really made me think a lot about what we're talking about around disinformation and propaganda. But rather than being highly visible in terms of narrative, for instance, it can sometimes refer to actually an absence of conversation. And I'll just, by way of explication, point to, for instance, the 30th anniversary of the Tiananmen massacre a couple of years ago. PRC tech companies at the time were actively censoring and disappearing pieces of that conversation from public view. And users wouldn't know, not just within China, but around the world. There was just a hole in that conversation that had appeared, not just all of a sudden, but over a course of many years. And that's, I think, it gets to the essence both of sharp power and the way that it can extend itself into the digital realm, which is, it is often invisible. The more that technology becomes integrated into our lives, it becomes seamless, it becomes invisible. It started with huge computers on desktops, it moved to phones, and soon we won't be able to see it at all. And that's where I think sharp power can be most detrimental to democratic integrity and ideals, because we will cease to notice that it's happening. And so I think we have to think beyond narratives, beyond propaganda and disinformation, but to really understand how technology itself, it extends to data, it extends to privacy, some of these other elements that are brought into the conversation today, how all of those can be bent to authoritarian ends.
All right, so Ben, I want to turn to you now, because in your book, After the Fall, you talk a lot about totalitarian technology in China, which is sort of the application of technology for repression, censorship, surveillance. Tell us which aspects of that do you see as most ominous, or what are we least aware of? And in particular, one of the things I'm really concerned about is the aggressive export, not only of repressive tools, but of entire digital infrastructure systems, and what that is doing to weaker democracies around the world when they are importing those systems.
Yeah, so I guess one way to cast this, which really goes off the sharp power point, is that in my book, I focused a lot on Hong Kong. And actually, the anecdote that I took in, I was with President Obama in Shanghai in 2017, and I got woken up in my hotel room in the middle of the night and told that the Chinese vice foreign minister wanted to see me, which was a little odd because we weren't in government anymore. And he kind of came up, and he was with somebody else, and he delivered essentially a démarche that he understood President Obama was going on to India and was planning to meet with the Dalai Lama. They refer to the Dalai Lama as, a terrorist or whatever they call him, and said that this would be offensive and he shouldn't do this. And what was most strange about this is we had not announced that meeting, and I'd only just been put in email contact with the Dalai Lama's representative that day. So they're basically letting me know, like, we're monitoring your communications. We don't like what you saw in your email, and we're going to wake you up and warn you about this, even though, Barack Obama's right down the hall. And so that was in my head. And as I was in Hong Kong, I started to realize that what do I think it's about? I think it's about thought control. I think it's actually about the capacity of an authoritarian system to use technology to control how people think. And I think one way to think about this, because I experienced this in Hong Kong and tracking people in that movement over the course of it being snuffed out, if what's happening to the Uyghurs is the most extreme manifestation of using a totally totalitarian set of tools where technology is both monitoring what everybody's doing, you never know what the thing is that you're going to do that could get you put in a camp, combined with the surveillance component, but it's shaping incentives. You have no incentive to do anything in your digital footprint or even in your own analog life that is out of step with what the government wants you to do. If you apply that across all of mainland China to their kind of social credit system, what you obviously hear from people is it's just kind of understood that, if you want your kids to go to a good school or you want to get a good job, certainly you don't want to get harassed by the government. Not only should you do certain things, download those Xi Jinping speeches, you shouldn't engage certain digital content. You are kind of programmed by the knowledge that the government can monitor everything that you're consuming, and through artificial intelligence kind of sort that into this extreme form of behavior shaping through incentive and disincentive. And Hong Kong was on that spectrum. right? And part of what people were reacting against in that protest movement is you talk to young people and they were already coming of age in a system where self-censorship was creeping in. And the Hong Kongers call it white terror, that, you know, don't post something on social media if you want to get a job, or don't associate even with people. Don't even, I talk to people in Western companies, don't send an email in the inter-office email that says anything about politics whatsoever. And so what it gets at is this use of technology and the kind of knowledge that you have a surveillance capability and a data mining capability to really shape what people consume. And if you're shaping what people consume and what their incentives and disincentives are, you ultimately are going to shape how they think. It actually gets that level of thought control. And to make it more uncomfortable, they're using that in the United States, right? It's why, you know, the Top Gun 2 sequel doesn't have a Taiwan flag on Tom Cruise's fighter jacket. It's why they went after the NBA so hard when there was one relatively innocuous tweet about Hong Kong. Corporations and even individuals in this country are having their incentives and disincentives shaped by the reach of Chinese technology. So the two pieces that really concern me, one is, like you said, just the practical export of these technologies, right? There's a kind of toolkit of surveillance and digital monitoring and data sorting and, you know, sorting out the undesirables and figuring out, you know, how to deal with them, that you see now being exported to places, you know, as far afield as Latin America. And, you know, the Chinese have an incentive in undermining democracy and having kind of, you know, there were these debates in our field, right, about whether the Chinese want to export their model or whether they just want to defend their own. But I think what we've all come to understand is that defending their own, in their judgment, means exporting it, right? Because the more there are countries that mimic and systems that mimic their brand of politics, the less likely they are to be challenged, right? So there's a very real question about just, are we living in an age in which the export of these kinds of technologies and tools are going to become the norm? But then also, I think they have hacked capitalism, right? Because the profit motive in the United States and in Europe and other places is such that they can use that to shape our incentives and disincentives by having such an overwhelming reaction to information that they don't like. And so, to me, what's most alarming about this is if China itself is kind of showcasing a kind of techno-dystopian totalitarian future where you get this kind of total coverage to monitor, surveil, and control people, it's spreading out not just in the direct export of those technologies, but also in the kind of behavior control that they're asserting, at least over corporations, but to some extent over individuals outside of China. And I think it's a big question for us as we navigate, anticipating where, you know, your solutions point, some inevitable degree of decoupling or untangling of data systems, information systems, and technology platforms. Inevitably, we have to think about at what point do we try to refortify our piece of that against this encroachment? Because right now, there's a lot more encroachment, I think, than we would like to acknowledge.
Okay, I've been sitting here trying to figure out which question do I really want to ask, because we're going to run out of time and we're going to go to questions very soon. And everybody should push them on solutions to the maximum extent possible. But since you just used the word decoupling, I'm going to go to Halimah. And, you know, at the current moment, we see many U.S. private sector tech companies engaged in this very significant decoupling exercise when it comes to operations in China and Russia and other authoritarian contexts. So I wonder what you can share about how Google approaches decisions about whether and when to enter a market, whether and when to leave a market, due to geopolitical dynamics or human rights concerns. And what are the risks of continuing to operate in a repressive environment? And what are the costs of departure, especially to the citizens you leave behind in terms of access to information?
So all weighty questions, thanks Eileen, but ones that we grapple with pretty regularly. I think fundamentally it goes back to kind of our core mission in terms of whether we enter a given region and what we do in that given region, which is effectively, are we allowing people access to information? Are we able to do that in a way that is helpful for them? So turning to China, as most folks will know, most of our core services are not actually available in the country. Google Search, Play, Cloud, for the reason that I just stated. We cannot provide a service that is helpful or useful and adhere to current laws. And so that's a bit of the weight there. And so we decide sort of as we look across different regions, what is the current sort of rule of law? One, what services can we provide that are useful and provide authoritative information and helpful information to those users? And then whether or not the laws in that given country place pressure on employees on the ground for decisions that are made within the larger sort of corporate structure. And balancing those, we offer what we can when we can. Now, I think what that actually sort of harkens back to is a need for a bigger dialogue about international frameworks about how companies show up, globally speaking, right? There is sort of a need for companies to adhere to local laws, but if there is actual global framework, right, using a multi-stakeholder approach, I actually think that companies will have a better sort of clarity as to how to operate and how to navigate.
Okay, I'm going to ask one last question, and then it's all to you, everybody in the audience. Just because we did promise to talk about solutions, and you know, you can see solutions in the defensive side, you can see them on the offensive, affirmative side. They can be with respect to tech investment and innovation, governance, norms, strategic communication, advocacy, diplomacy. I'm going to give Anne-Marie a chance to talk about solutions from the point of view of Denmark and yourself. Just because, in my experience, Denmark has been a real leader on the solution side, trying to present an affirmative vision for democracies of how to utilize technology to support democracy and human rights, new innovations in technology, as well as governance innovations related to technology. So just take a minute, talk about your summit.
I would love to, and I think this is such an important part. Lots of today have really been on some of the challenges around this, and if we leave here thinking there's no way to solve it, it's going to be a really, dark rest of the day, not to mention rest of our lives. So we believe there's lots to be done. We think this is sort of a surge now where we see renewed passion around protecting, supporting, advancing democracy. The Danish Tech for Democracy initiative was really prompted by the Biden Summit of Democracy in a close collaboration with Shanthi and the team at the White House in saying, we're at this crossroads right now. What can we do to really focus on making sure that democracy is not something that we take for granted, something that we will tell our children about that was once a beautiful thing, but it's actually also something for the future. We have three strong pillars in it. The first of all, this alliance of countries. We call ourselves modern democracies. I think we sometimes forget to collaborate. Our relationship with the US is that it's a collaborator, an ally, and a friend. And friends, they stick together, especially in hard times. And I think now is the time for democratic governments to stay on the right side. That means developing values-based frameworks for regulation, for governance, and for collaboration in the space around technology. Secondly, it's what I alluded to earlier around the collaboration with companies. As a diplomat out in Silicon Valley, it is obviously a diplomatic dialogue I have. At times, it is quite critical because there are lots of things that we don't see eye to eye on. However, I think when push comes to shove and it's about what side of history are they willing to be on, is it around, using technology for repression, surveillance, shutting off, democratic forces, or is it for the opposite, to be, I think, Shanthi, you said, democracy affirming technologies that is actually advancing these values. That collaboration with the tech industry is incredibly important. We do that through action coalitions. One on gender-based violence online that we're doing with the U.S. government. We're working also, we've been in contact actually with Snapchat, with Twitter, and a number of the companies out here on trying to wrestle some of these things in a more practical way. And then thirdly, how to support people like Maria, people who are not here in the U.S. or in Denmark, but who are using technology to advance democracy, the right for, human rights where they are. So we do that through funding, supporting, and mobilization. And I think just as a final point, this pendulum swing that's been talked about, you've sort of, flying cars and how social media created the Arab Spring, to fast forward, extreme pessimism, girls advancing, cutting themselves through Instagram. We've seen intensified cyber attacks harming really big industries. That really sort of pessimistic outlook. How do we come to a place that's more realistic? One where governments, citizens that governments represent, are more empowered to take the decisions of how do we want a more democratic, secure, inclusive, participatory digital future to look like. And that's some of the things that we find in the solution space that are really exciting, and what we are I think excited to be collaborating with all of you on.
Great. Everybody should find out more about what's going on in Denmark in this regard. Okay, so let's turn to the audience and see if anybody has questions. We'll go right there. Somebody has the mic? Yeah. Maybe just say your name and your affiliation to Stanford.
Hello. Sorry.
Go ahead. We'll take two. We'll take them both. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Seb Krier. Thanks very much for this discussion. I thought it was really, really interesting. So my question is, so there's been lots of criticism around companies, like Apple, for example, being very dependent on China and their kind of actions over there and compliance with local laws around things like data localization and many others. And so my question is, are there laws or policies that could potentially address or mitigate that? Or do you think that the status quo is actually the least worst option? And if there are laws and policies, are these at the US level or more at the international level?
Okay, why don't we take that question, and then right there, we'll take three.
Hi, my name is Hillary. Thank you so much for your talk. So you mentioned international framework as a potential way for tech companies to approach cases of conflict and crisis. But my concern is that whenever there's an international framework, because there are so many stakeholders involved, it comes to compromising a lot, and those principles might be watered down. So how useful can they be if they're very watered down? Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for this panel. My name is Marietje. We've talked about advancing democracy and human rights. My question is, how do we reconcile the fight against disinformation in the context of authoritarian rule with a sort of complacency towards Western media's persistent dehumanizing narratives about people of the global majority, whether it be African or Middle Eastern refugees, for example? Why are those democratic values misaligned, and how do we talk about advancing democracy and human rights without appearing hypocritical? Thank you.
Wow. Anybody have a hook here? Know where go ahead.
Yeah, I think one hook to all those questions is, I think that whether we like it or not, right? I mentioned decoupling earlier. Whether we like it or not, because of the degree of the assertiveness from China and Russia, we're going to be in a new reality in which there are different information ecosystems, there are different technological ecosystems. So, to kind of connect some of these questions to the Apple point, at some point, it's just not going to be sustainable. The direction of politics, the direction of geopolitics, the degree of competition, China's effort at indigenization of technology to guard against vulnerability, which is only going to accelerate after Ukraine. The idea that U.S. tech companies, you guys literally can't perform your service in China. It's harder and harder to store data in China for major U.S. tech companies. So some of this, so the first point is, I think it's not even going to be laws or policies. It's going to be reality that is going to be accelerating this. But I think we have to see that as an opportunity as democracies the opportunity to me, and the hopeful note is really aligning our approaches on these issues in a way that we just have not done. We have, since the birth of the internet, it's been tugs of war and antitrust measures from the EU or regulatory that I think have been positive, by the way, for U.S. tech companies. But I think that we need to take stock as democracies to get a common approach to what our view of these tools is and these technologies. And that gets at the watered down point on the international framework. I, as someone who had a preference for the broadest possible set of alignment with norms, I think we're in an age where we have to kind of get back on whatever democratic high ground with as broad a tent of democracies as we can forge to identify what we think the better approach is, and there's opportunity in that, and it's basically preparing for how do we have a better model, and then how do we have more confidence in defending it and making our case. And I think there's the part that President Obama talked about at the end of the speech, the joyful recapturing the kind of innovation for the sake of democracy and innovation for the empowerment of people needs to be more of a priority once again, right? And there's opportunity in that. I do want to, on the narrative point, like I can't speak to the legacy media piece of this. I do think, though, as a general matter, and this goes broader than technology, but hypocrisy is got a higher price tag with each passing year. You're not going to win a battle for the notion that certain values are universal if you apply those values inconsistently based on the color or religion of a refugee. You're not going to win a battle between democracies and autocracies if Mohammed bin Salman is on the democracy team, right? And I could go on, but it's just, there's an increasing price to hypocrisy too. So I think it's part of fortifying and reconstituting and revitalizing democratic communities around the world, which, by the way, encompass, I think, people who live in places that aren't democratic, but want to fight for those things as well. It's not just kind of pulling up the drawbridge. It's trying to define communities of democracies that are as inclusive as possible, but that have higher standards for themselves than we've had the last 30 years. And that encompasses everything from governments and foreign policy to companies to citizens.
Okay, Peter Pomerantsev, you dropped off the screen for me, so I haven't turned on you, but you just popped up, so I'm hoping you're there and can share, a couple things coming up for me. Ben, you just talked about different information ecosystems. It's happening, the splintering. On some level, I think we need an updated, realistic vision of a global, open, interoperable, secure, reliable internet. And because I don't think democracies want to just say this is ours and that's theirs. Yeah. That's not what we want. But what is that updated vision? Any thoughts on that? I have to say, just listening to the conversation, we have this sense that many in the West have come to be living in these societies where nothing is true. Like, we have been living in Putin's dream to some extent. The question is, to what extent is this a real turning point in history? Are we coming out of that, aligning around values? Do you have any optimism about that? And what is this updated vision, if there could be one?
So I think this has sort of been sort of in the fringes of our conversation throughout, and I think Ben's been referring to it a lot, which is, I don't know if we live in an ideological age, but the way different regimes think about communication reflects their vision of the human and of society. So we talked about China a bit. I'm not a China expert, but I was very struck when I was watching the 100-year celebration of the CCP, where there's this scene after scene after scene, sort of mass scenes, obviously, reflecting the joys of the mass society of Chinese development over the last 100 years. And at the end, instead of the 5-year plan, a big 5G came down from the sky over this sort of mass performance. So 5G has replaced the 5-year plan. And I don't know if it was intentional, but they were revealing something that's very present in their stated ideology, which is basically saying centralization lost in the 20th century, but in an era of big data, the only way to organize society is a centralized totalitarian one. Give up your freedom, but we will find you via your data, the ideal city, the ideal economy, the ideal wife, the ideal everything, because we are just such things as our data is made of. That's what they're arguing, yeah? They're arguing that liberal democracy and choice and all these things are too messy, and look at America, it's a mess. And my sense is that some people in Silicon Valley don't fully disagree with that, yeah? When I see big pieces of corporate graffiti saying, let us dream of the singularity, are we saying something similar about the idea of the human? And I suppose every generation has its, its great novel that tries to dramatize this, and this wonderful novel by my friend Joanna Kavanagh called Zed, which is a kind of like a comedy about a future ruled over by Silicon Valley types and by Chinese algorithm monopolies. And it's a world where the kings of the algorithms say, we will find you this ideal future because we understand you better than you understand yourself. But it keeps on going wrong. It keeps on breaking down, and it's a comedy, and instead of happiness, it brings madness. And the main character is I suppose a satire, Mark Zuckerberg, who's constantly using his own data sets to find himself the ideal girlfriend and constantly failing because love isn't an algorithm and being human is not an algorithm. And we are not such things as data is made of, where actually we start, and our freedom and our personalities start where the data fails. Data can do many wonderful things like finding me the ideal toilet, but it can't actually do everything else. So it is an argument about the human. It's not an ideological argument in the sense of capitalism versus communism, but the communications theory and the information theory contains a statement about who we are and the society we can have. And that puts a huge responsibility on us to start thinking about what is a genuinely democratic information environment. What does it mean to have social media that actually strengthens democratic discourse? What does it mean to have privacy and autonomy in this environment? And we have to look at these things I think, in a very fundamental way. And once we've established that, and we have an information environment that reflects those democratic aspirations and that idea of the human, then I think we can start competing. At the moment, we're neither here nor there. We're kind of halfway into their world, but making claims about our own values, and we haven't really matched those things. So that's step one, really thinking that through. And that's everything to do with regulation, that's everything to do with the design of our tech platforms, but also I think, what I think about at my little research initiative at Johns Hopkins about content and media and communication. And we have to admit that many of our, the current tech environment has really highlighted that we were living in certain myths and mythological structures, such as the idea of a marketplace of ideas, where the best ideas will somehow rise to the top through some pseudo-mystical theory of rational choice. I mean, we were living in a myth, but that was the myth that I grew up in as a filmmaker, as a documentary maker, and as a writer. And we have to start questioning that. So what does journalism mean today? How do you engage audiences? We're in this race with the propagandists and the peddlers of disinformation to understand audiences better and engage with them, which brings us back to Zelensky and Putin, and bringing this back to Russia. So the challenge we now face is, how do we communicate into Russia? Yeah, how do we reach the audiences in Russia? There's some very, very bad assumptions we're making as we look at very, very faulty polling in Russia, as we react very emotionally to, Ukrainian relatives phoning their aunties in Russia and being told that everything that you say is happening to you in Ukraine is a lie. But we have to find a way to do that. And to do that, we need an infrastructure to do it. I talked a little bit about this at the start about how the Kremlin has its information war philosophy and toolkits, troll farms and cynicism, shall we say. What would be a democratic communications infrastructure? What would it mean to reach out and engage the Russian people? If they have troll farms, do we have online town halls where President Obama, or perhaps more effectively Arnold Schwarzenegger, talk and engage with the Russian people? I can extrapolate at length, but I shan't. But we have to start thinking about that. And we have to start taking information a little bit more seriously. My sense is that we had a lot of lazy assumptions about the connection between information and democracy. And I think we need to embrace the challenge.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else want to add any practical ideas that you just want to put on the table really quickly? Go ahead, Shanthi.
All right, well, I'm not sure how practical, but let me just start by saying over the course of the day, I think we've heard this phrase many times, which is there's no silver bullet. And I think we all know that now. There is no silver bullet. We get that. We've also heard about an all of society or whole of society approach, and we get that too. I think the challenge for us now is to go beyond that, right? I think when we say it's a whole of society approach, it creates a free rider problem, which is everybody says, okay, government will do it. Oh, wait, no, the tech companies are going to do it. The tech companies are going to have the solution. The reality is it is not going to be government only. It's not going to be private sector only. And it's not going to be civil society only. But because we've concentrated so much today on government and private sector, I thought I would say that the third leg of this triangle, which is civil society, has an incredibly important role to play. And in saying that, I don't just mean the advocacy organizations that we typically think of as making up civil society. It means the entirety of the non-governmental, non-private sector world. That can be foundations, it can be universities, especially universities. And not just universities that are known to be fonts of technology talent. I mean, I really think that we need to think more broadly into some of the points that have been made about the need to bring in the countries and the communities of the global south. I mean, there has to be more creative thinking about how society itself is shaping the information and digital space. And there, I think we need to be very practical. We need to get foundations involved, philanthropies, specific initiatives that will you know, we talked a little bit in the earlier panels today about localization and local efforts. And while I agree that while a panoply and sort of the thousand flowers bloom approach may not be sufficient to the moment, you do need to work at that local level on things that are practical and that actually make this tangible difference. There are people in this room that are doing this work now, and everybody knows, you know, what I'm talking about. But I think what hasn't happened is a joining up of those conversations between government, between private sector, what the tech companies are doing, and the civil society aspect. As someone who came up through a very interdisciplinary track, I do think that where we are heading and where the practical solutions lie are in the middle of that triangle, in that interdisciplinary space. I think the appointment of Anne-Marie as ambassador to Silicon Valley is a great example of that. It's thinking creatively about how do you address these big problems by pairing a diplomatic solution with the private sector. So I think we have to challenge ourselves as those of us that are, you know, thinking deeply about this to go beyond the conversations and to really think about shaping, especially from the civil society side, the practical aspects of this. That also, I will say, and one last thing on this, it can't just be to do good. I think there has to be an incentive, and maybe a market incentive, to push this digital infrastructure and ecosystem in the direction that we think will be conducive to democracy. I don't think this is going to work if it depends on the good wishes of foundations or the goodwill of people or individuals. You have to create path dependencies that then create, as somebody earlier said, a new reality, a new kind of system, but it has to be one that has its own built-in incentives to keep it going.
Great. Last word to Anne-Marie. Did you want to say a quick word?
Very quick. Yep. I think one of the key responsibilities, not least for students such as here at Stanford, is to how do we go beyond this sort of status quo? When we talk about protecting democracy, we think about it in a sense that what we have now is the best possible outcome, and then how do we preserve that? You know, grossly, I think paraphrasing the late Madeleine Albright, you know, we're trying to govern 21st century technologies with the institutions of the 20th century and the mindsets of the 19th century. What could a significantly better future look like? How could a stronger democracy that does not play out with the faults that it have right now, but something that is actually a place where much of, you know, the majority of us prefer to live in what we're living in now. So that imaginative, you know, sort of creative force in thinking about what are the solutions to this, I think we need to unlock much more.
Okay, well, I am looking forward to working with all of you on what Peter referenced as the, you know, democratic information ecosystem of the future, and to be continued, and thank you all so much. We'll have a very quick close here for everybody. Oh, you guys can just stay. Thank you, Peter. Yes.
Okay. So
Eileen is going to do the thank yous, and I'm going to offer a closing reflection. And here's my closing reflection. What for me runs like a silver thread from the beginning of our morning until the closing moments, and very prominently through President Obama's remarkable speech today, which I think will be seen as historic in many ways, and which media are already contacting us about. It's hit a very, very prominent nerve, is values. Of course, that democratic values shaping cyber policy and cyberspace is really kind of what GDPI is all about. It's what Eileen brought from the Human Rights Council and her years representing the United States here to, by the way, an extraordinary meeting of UN ambassadors to the Human Rights Council that took place in this room while she was our ambassador to the Human Rights Council, and right through this meeting here. So obviously political competition, choice, rule of law, equity, inclusion, equality, human dignity. I'm virtually echoing President Obama now, but I'm also echoing what many of us have been talking about over the course of the day. And this is kind of my parting shot to you. We were on the defensive until February 24th. And they thought, and they as Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, when they met and crafted and released that statement on the eve of the Olympics on February 4th, that they had the initiative, they had the advantage. That is a very important historical statement that everybody actually should read. I think Ben was making this point, that they were using the language of democracy to twist it into something else. And we are in a very different moment now, 2 months later. Russia has been shown to be both brutal and incompetent, and the People's Republic of China is in the worst crisis it has been in at least since 1989, and maybe since Deng Xiaoping came to power. Negative economic growth, a massive shutdown because they have been unwilling to admit that their vaccines don't work and they cannot manage this COVID crisis. It's a very different story about what kind of systems work and are resilient and affirm human dignity. So it's a really good time to be having this conference and fighting. I think this is what I also took away from President Obama's remarks, and over the course of this day, fighting with self-confidence, not without self-criticism, but with self-confidence for our common values as democracies. So please join me in thanking Eileen, because she won't allow herself otherwise to be thanked, but she'll thank everybody else.
Oh, I love Larry Diamond. Yes. I just want to pick up on this theme of resurrecting truth. I mean, President Obama said that. And back to the beginning with Peter, feeling so naive when I read that book, Nothing is True. Well, maybe we are back at this transformation of history, and this is a pivotal moment where maybe truth and fact-based discourse can be resurrected. And I know that sounds naive and idealistic, but that's what I believe in. So I have the great pleasure of thanking everybody who was involved in this event. Obviously the president, who just left, everybody on the Obama team and from the foundation, especially Hannah Hankins, Jason Goldman, Caitlin Gorin, to the FSI CPC team, especially Marietje and Renée. It was so great to go on this journey over the past year with you. Big thank you to Debbie Warren, Ari Chasnoff, Michelle Townsend, Elena Christ, Michelle Pualuan, and Tara Wright. And last but not least, I need everybody to stand and applaud for Tracy Navachoke, who is the person who literally made this happen. Tracy, you have to come on up, honey. Sorry. You cannot know how much Mike, Larry, and I, and everybody in this building appreciates Tracy. So anyway, hope you had a great day, and thank you all for coming, and there's a lot of work ahead and to be continued.
And are we having a reception?
Oh yes, we have a reception downstairs.
Where is it?
In the lobby.
Good. How are you doing?
Thank you so much.